Good evening, folks. Welcome to Tales of Yoranta, the Wailing Seas. We are your friends. I don't know. I got nothing. We're here. Hello. We're back. No
Hello.
announcements. Other than we are here.
I got one.
And Lucy has an
One,
announcement.
one brief one. There will be some new vigil. There'll be a vigil commission that should be upcoming apparently relatively soon. Um, I am very much looking forward to it. I have the rough sketch. It's very nice looking. It's by Art Monkey MG on Twitter. Um, really nice guy, honestly. Could not recommend him enough. And that will be upcoming soon and hopefully finished. I'll be able to show that off probably next week, hopefully.
Red.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Antoine, go ahead and recap us.
Yeah. Last session we had Tajikar delivered to us rather suddenly. A wet wizard, as was described. Sort of, I would say, interrogated him, or at least questioned him about what he knew, and told us that when he possessed the Pyrocon, he was like one collective consciousness of possibly multiple wizards that were associated with the Pyrocon. I still have some theories on that. And also he might have been from a different time. Like, he mentioned some stuff that was kind of anachronistic, like the Rhyme Sand people who were like 500 years ago. And then we found out that Tajikar is possibly another timeline Soren, because they look alike and there's a scar that matches, but it's maybe like in a childhood their timelines diverged, is the theory that I'm holding on to. Don't know. And as we pried more and more into this, a fucking time cop showed up, because apparently there's forces that don't like this sort of stuff happening. So this construct attacked and tried to abduct Tajikar to like fix the temporal anomaly. We gave chase. It was a long chase, involving like talking to the cat eidolon and other weird stuff. But hey, we made it out. And as we make it out, it gets, I think, wall of forced by a shitload of wizards, because I sent a sending up to alert them of what was happening. And that's where we leave off, is chasing this time cop.
Yeah.
With it
Time
cornered.
cop robot that stopped reactions within a certain radius.
Yeah, that thing was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I think we could have beat it if we weren't so scattered and partially in anti-magic fields when fighting it.
Yeah, because every time we got close to it, it kept us from like taking reactions
Shit.
as
Oh, and still chewing. I gotta stall more. Last time, the time before that. No, wait. Let's have a conversation that we were having as we were running.
Well, in all honesty, I feel like that run through the fucking tunnel was super intense, and I'm glad that we managed to catch it, because now we've got a bunch of people waiting at the end, waiting to opening scene of RoboCop, the time cop.
I think
So
it
just
was
sort of a million bullets to the thing's face, wizard style.
Mhm.
I'd say firebolts, but we don't have any right now.
We don't.
Currently out of stock.
You keep mentioning that, and I haven't seen it, so I don't understand.
Yeah, actually, I haven't seen Time Cop either.
Well, I was saying
RoboCop.
RoboCop. I don't think Time Cop is a real movie.
There's an opening scene where a guy gets shot to pieces, basically,
Oh,
in one of the films.
Oh, does he become the RoboCop?
Yeah.
Time Cop is a real movie with Van Damme in 1994.
Jesus Christ, I had no idea. No, but in RoboCop, some cop gets absolutely annihilated by a bunch of gangsters at the front. Film. Just like it's like 5 people just constantly. It's one of the scenes that goes on for like 30 seconds too long.
Oh, is that the part where then they say we can rebuild them? We have the technology.
No, I think
something
that's
$1 million
something,
man.
man. Yeah. That one, the $6 million man.
So we chased it. Let's see if I can remember correctly. We chased it. Owen Owen. What the fuck? Owen is not a PC. Soren on a broom, right?
yes.
And you made an impromptu deal with like the cat eidolon We
I
gave it secrets.
Yeah, Kintier likes secrets, so we offered Kintier secrets to have it them have them assist us in making the labyrinth shift around the time cop to make sure that it didn't get away.
I like that that's the colloquial nickname for it now.
I don't know what the fuck it's actually called.
Never run away from the time police.
Time
You
Cop
will not
stars Jean-Claude Van
survive.
Damme, and it's still
Yeah.
his highest-grossing film.
I can't believe.
We almost lost our
Jesus.
immovable rod in a time robot.
Oh yeah, I did shove my removable rod into the Time Cop.
Shove it right up. Yeah. Shove the
Other
rod
than
right up
that
there and
one-
press the button.
Yeah.
It is-
I mean, of all the rods to shove, an immovable one really is just a dick move.
Yeah. I have a question about the immovable rod actually. When
Yes.
you press it, does it have to be put on a surface, or is it one of those things where it's like you
No.
pressed it, it's now stuck in air?
It's
No,
stuck
it's
in
the
air.
point. You can stuck in air.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So if you are hench enough and you have two, you can. Just up.
I gave it as a loot drop to my players in my campaign by literally having them find it in midair in the desert. Never explained why or how.
That's excellent. I
That's
like that.
fantastic.
Honestly, part of me desperately wants to make a mansion that has an elaborate security system that is made up of immovable rods against unbreakable doors.
That's wonderful.
Where did
Rogue
where did
proof.
where did we find ours? Was it in the
It was
the
floating
test?
in a room
Yeah,
surrounded by mimic goo.
yeah. I thought it was
Oh,
just a
yeah.
mimic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We get that mimic egg.
We.
Oh
Who's
god.
we, wizard.
V
Enzo's forgotten it. 10 wisdom here, 7 wisdom on visual.
8.
I would not have forgotten the fucking mimic egg. All right.
And yet, it lies in a bag of holding.
I don't have a bag of holding, so it's not on me.
I think you do.
Mm-mm.
Oh, maybe Turk has the other bag of holding.
Turk has the
I
other
don't
bag of
remember.
holding because I have a strength of 8.
You've got you've got thingies
Diligence.
not
Yeah.
diligences.
Elusive's bag of holding.
Elusive's bag of holding, and Turk has the regular bag of holding.
So anyway.
So DM, what happens as we run up?
Please
Are we
tell me
small
we
enough?
massacre this fucking thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're just gonna time skip to 2 weeks later, right?
6 months of downtime, what do you do?
We just spent 6 months sharpening a weapon. It is now ready to kill God.
Started
You have
this
no weapon
trajectory.
left.
Yeah.
It's fine, the weapon is my arms.
Oh my god.
Catch these hands. I don't have lay on hands anymore, I have catch these
Bone
hands.
spikes. So,
Yeah. So.
as I realised, I never watched Together Open like a fool.
We just have spooky tension on right now.
One of the best music.
Oh yeah,
So,
I'm a fan.
we're going to open with a lot of things happening in a very small amount of
Ooh.
time.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
So, it seems like this automaton comes to a conclusion at a startling pace. As you all, in that first moment of the bubble and its initial attempts to break free fail, it seems to look up, scan around. He watches the kind of crimson orange light coming from its core. Seems to reflect strangely off the wall of force, and it's this weird robot stuff going on. Comes to its conclusion, and you watch as its two smaller arms, the fingers unite into one, becoming the blade-like limbs that you saw the large pair come in combat. And there is a pair of grunts of pain from Tajika as the two hands into his side, and blood begins to spill out.
Rude.
He's
Tajika
recorded.
still seems to be alive, as he wasn't incapacitated. So he managed to, like, at the last minute, it's two glancing blows that go into his midriff. The moment that happens, Altus seems to realize that the robot's attitude isn't, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in with me kind of situation, and immediately dispels the wall of force.
Oh. Interesting.
Tajika and the automaton begin to drop to the floor as the array of wizards, fingers primed in finger gun positions, stand waiting, the runes of magic held, orbiting them, each in their own particular approach to the arcane arts, and 3 of you from Turk. Presumably, leap into action. What do? You each have a moment before
Interesting.
things really kick off. I mean, things are kicking off, but until the other wizards kind of catch up.
So is this thing incapacitated now? The robot thing.
The robot is not. It is currently. It was held about 5 feet off the ground by the wall of force that was formed into a sphere around it. It is pretty much sort of superhero landing. Its arms still in Tajika.
Okay, cool. I mean, Vigil said slap, so I'm gonna try and fucking attack this thing. Gotta kill it and get a hold of Tajika. Get a hold of the soggy wizard.
Soggy wizard.
Okay.
Wet wizard.
Do you want an attack roll, or is it just a
Yes,
thing
please.
we're going? Okay, cool.
Should I put some
Yeehaw.
combat music on?
Oh, can I fucking
Yeah, have at it.
channel? Can I channel divinity this and add 10?
I closed my important Chrome thing.
That is how guided strike works. You can add 10 post.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it'd be a 22 to hit.
That hits. Roll me your damage, please.
I already rolled it. It's 8 radiant and 30. So I rolled max on everything actually. 8 radiant, 13 slashing, and I'll of course yeet a smite its way.
Okay.
Period and burst damage.
It's clearly undead.
Clearly. Second level start, so it's 3d8.
Ooh,
15 extra.
Nice.
good deeps.
Mhm.
I recall it being pretty wounded by all of our hits on it, but it also did time regenerations.
Yeah. It is looking pretty rough. Like, it's held together still. It does look like it repaired a lot of its internal structures. But the blow across its back does seem to take a chunk out of the thing.
Good.
As it kind of hits as it lands on the steps, you see one of the struts on its inside going to snap with the pressure. Although it doesn't make that noise because it's a robot that doesn't like pain. It beep boops angrily. There we are. Okay, Soren and Enzo, what are your actions in this?
Go ahead and
I have one question real quick. What happened to my immovable rod again?
Is it still in the robot?
I tried to shove it in.
So you
Made me
shoved it.
roll-
It went into its like upper thigh, I believe.
Uh-huh.
You went
You
to
asked me
click
to
it,
roll a dex save, and I rolled an at 1.
failed the dex check to click the button. Tajikar attempted to click the button and failed.
Yeah,
So it is still in the robot's thigh.
but just not clicked.
Yeah.
Can I run up there and try to click it? Or can I maybe
Well,
even better mage hand try to click it since it...
Let me a slight hand
Pain
check,
tricks
please.
Oh. So it's
Rogue's favorite words.
Say it,
This
I'm
is
yours.
this is where I regret those gloves.
A
Is it was
sleight
like
of hand check,
plus
you
10
say?
or something, you say? Was it with those gloves?
A mere plus 10.
Holy
29.
shit! That's on a roll of a 14, by the way.
That's dumb. I love it.
Our new roll cam shows that.
Your bonus is higher than your actual roll.
Like,
Some
there are
Pathfinder
times as a DM you're like, why did I add that item to the game?
shit. I know how you feel.
But you know what?
March of Death activates.
It's
My
fine.
players have done it to me often enough that it's my turn.
There is a satisfying click, and the rod has become immovable.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how satisfying is that rod click?
Click.
It was like a 7 click. I've heard more satisfying.
Enzo's rod review.
Technically, that was a bonus action. So, can I just like Eldritch Blast it, I guess?
Hell yeah.
Let's just do
Slap.
3 rolls.
Oh shit. Oh shit, alright,
my
Enzo's
lord.
fucking here today.
Holy
Enzo
shit.
Enzo has arrived.
Enzo's pumping the deeps.
Boop, boop, boop.
Does a 20 hit it?
Yes.
Okay, and then that's going to be force damage of 15.
Okay.
Kaboom.
Nice. It is still together. But again, more plates and shards of metal being exploded out by the Eldritch Blast strike again.
Fall apart, bitch.
It's still together, but it's set its relationship status to it's complicated.
How
Yeah.
badly is Tajakar injured?
Pretty. You reckon one more hit, and he's probably gonna be going down. Like, he is clinging to life.
He is death warded.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, so he is. Soren slapped him with a death ward.
I did. I zipped past him and smacked him with death ward because I sort of had a feeling something like this might happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
How badly is the robot injured? Does it look like it's falling apart, or...
It looks about 70% fallen apart, 75% fallen apart.
Okay, and there's a wall of fucking wizards behind us about to unleash hell on this thing, right?
Yeah.
Mass Cure Wounds. 5th level. Just, is he in range?
Yes.
Alright. 13
Yes, he
healing
is. Nice.
Alright, sick.
to Vigil and just everybody around me. You just get 13 HP.
I'm 1 HP off max, hell yeah.
Cool.
I was already max, but...
That's fine, but Tajakar looks... I don't have actually cure wounds, so...
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
The awkwardness of being a wizard with 2 healing spells, or 1.
1 healing spell.
There was a one of the wizards in the crowd had stumbled and banged their head earlier in the day, and they are quite appreciative.
Yeah. Low light conditions, you know?
You're welcome.
It's true.
So,
Come on, wizards.
that's my list of notes.
Hey, if these wizards are quite far away from land, does that make them wizards at the coast? Wizards off the coast.
I had to unmute just to give that the applause it deserves.
So the first event was the crowd striking at Tajakar.
Yep.
Altus dropped the wall of force. The 3 of you each leapt to aid Tajakar. With the immovable rod locked in space, Tajakar leaps out and grabs a hold of it, and straining to pull himself free from the time cop. As the 3 of you are near blinded by arcane light, as the wall of wizards just opens fire with various cantrips, low-level spells being hurled towards us en masse. Can each of you roll me 4d10, please?
Yep.
Oh,
Alright, sick.
this is how many cantrips hit us. As we're caught
12.
on crossfire.
Rune
my
kicks the
God.
shit out of my roll.
Wow.
Oh
So
no.
that's
Well,
40,
I
50.
balanced it out for you.
I'm about to die.
Well, this is the total damage that the cantrips and spells do to the robot.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
glad I rolled high then.
12d10?
You just had
Damn.
us roll for it.
It had 49 HP left.
Oh wow, okay.
It's 52 damage.
Nice.
So
Thank you,
as
wizards.
Did you roll for Turk?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
yeah, there is the creature disappears in a halo of glowing arcane light and explosions of every color you could possibly imagine. And when the air clears, or begins to clear, you will hear that noise, a weird pop. And the air clears and there's simply no robot there.
Oh, is Tajika still there?
Yeah.
Tajikar is there.
Okay.
Is my rod still there?
The rod is still there. Tajikar is just kind of... He's on the floor, but his arms are locked onto the rod. Just like... Ah!
I'm gonna immediately broom over to him and get him on the broom and click the
Okay.
rod.
I'm gonna immediately send my hand over to unclick the rod and grab it.
Okay, I just let you have it.
Vigil makes his way over.
Fucking hell.
I was so worried for you, I say to the rod.
It's okay.
It speaks in Marshall's voice.
Yikes.
How bad is Tajika looking now? After that heal?
Stable. There's two very raw pink-red gashes in his sides. The magic is closed.
Vigil
Yeah.
will walk over, smack his hand on his shoulder, and give him 30 points of lay on hands.
Oh my lord. That's like max HP for a wizard.
Well, you know. So it's max HP for one of our wizards.
Shut up.
In fact, he is now 4 HP away from Soren's max.
Yeah. I have a lot of hit points. Leave me alone.
But yeah, there is a distinct lack of time cop robot
Okay.
anywhere.
Is there no bits left?
Let's not say that.
Or did all of it go with it went?
The bits are there.
Cool, I'm gonna start picking through bits.
Basically, its body has gone. The bits that have been knocked off through the various blasts and explosions are there just scattered around.
Vigil's gonna start looking through bits for things he could potentially use.
I turn to Altus and just say, "Phew, thanks for coming."
Thank you. Oh boy.
Well, what we can do?
Got my message, I assume?
Yes.
You must... Oh, thank you, Angel.
What was that?
Oh boy.
Whatever it was, it seemed dead set on fixing some sort of temporal anomaly.
Yeah, we need to talk.
Some sort of, arbitrator of time.
Yeah, it was...
Curious.
Does...
I walk over to Altus so I can, whisper to him. I'm just gonna lean in and I'm gonna go, "You do realize who that red-haired wizard is, right?"
He immediately looks up and, with a short number of barks, just the gaggle of wizards around you disperses. It seems like the slight threat in his voice managed to outweigh their curiosity.
Altus casts Scatter.
Peace.
Scatter wizards.
It's a
So
cantrip
two
for
that
him.
remain, Altus and Blue Jay. Everyone else kind of looks around and it was essentially get back to your duties. We're in a time of crisis, damn it. You all have jobs to do. Don't worry about the weird robot thing.
Time Crisis is almost certainly a bad action movie as well.
Yeah.
That's one arcade
Well.
cabinet.
He says time of crisis, but time crisis I think is the...
It'd be spelled with a Y, you know.
Crisis. Yeah. Okay. Now what?
Tajakar?
You said
Or-
you said we needed to talk.
Yeah, all of us. Can we not do this in the middle of the tower, please?
Kind of looks at the corridor that leads off to the staircase that goes up to the sort of the main staff tower.
I'm just gonna broom us up. Fuck the stairs. I'm not walking.
Tashika is conscious, but it's kind of a bet out of it.
I'm gonna... I mean, he's fully healed, but... Or close to. Because
Turk will give him a shoulder to lean on.
well, he's on my broom behind me right now. So
Oh, you're carrying
I
Tajikar?
am.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, I thought you were
He's-
I got you.
Kind of just babbling to himself.
What's he saying?
He's apologizing a lot, both to himself and for what you can gather. Seems like the Pyrocon, or the way he's spoken about the Pyrocon and being a vocabulary, it sounds like he's apologizing to that massive other voices he's described. And it's strange, his accent seems more, well, if anything, Tessic in his current state.
Huh. Weird.
It's not. It was a few lines betray his perhaps Tessic origin.
Isn't Tessic accent what Soren speaks in?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'll just try to soothe him the best I can, because I don't know what to say. This is insane. I'm going to Altus's office.
As they fly away, I turn to Vigil and I'm like, should we have let those two fly off together?
Do we have a choice?
Well, we did. Not now. I guess let's go meet them up there before another one ambushes them.
Vigil has finished gathering bits and pieces of robot.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I press E and loot the body.
Basically, yeah. So robot garbage. I press B to pick up shards of robot.
It's
The
a
lesser
gray.
red mutagen.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's a shield, but you're not at a high enough level yet.
Ah, well,
Try
yeah.
strapping it to your arm, and it just keeps falling off for some reason.
Yep.
No, it's on the back of it. There's just a hovering red icon that says "must be level 15 to wield."
Yeah. And some cloth armor with strength on it for some reason.
True vanilla aesthetic.
Why has this robe got spirit on it?
Spirit. Oh boy, there's a
You
flashback.
mean mana per 5?
I feel like this has gone to a realm of references that,
We're all ex-WoW
Literally all
players.
World of Warcraft
Yeah.
references.
yeah,
I head upstairs with Tajikar.
I have only dabbled.
I guess I will go with Vigil and the two archwizards up the stairs like a normal person.
Yep.
Why not use the broom? Oh wait, there's two people. In it.
Oh wait, you're the one using it. Fuck
If
it.
I see, you know what? While I'm here in the obelisk, can I just check every random closet to see if I find a broom?
You find 3. None of them are
Oh.
magical.
Oh,
Well,
You
no,
find
one
one-
of them. They're all magical in that you open the closet and they immediately hop out the closet and begin sweeping the stairs.
amazing. I cast Nistal's magic aura on them to make them magical.
Thanks for the host.
Okay, let's meet in Altus's office.
You've activated cleaning protocol. You all find yourselves in the office.
If we had let them loose in a cavern, they're minesweepers.
No. Stop.
I'm sorry.
Enough. Terrible.
So many bad
What
puns
the-
today.
With the Wizards of the Coast Trick and the Soren and Vigil, the roof above you
Yeah.
starts looking very unstable.
Yeah, this stream has strong data energy.
So I've got a shield. Don't you worry. I've got my tiny umbrella ready for when the student falls in.
God. Plot twist. Stones rise, everybody dies.
Oh no.
Also, right.
Yeah, so you are currently sat in his office. He is looking at you with a... He always looks kind of angry. You think... You're pretty sure that's just his face.
Resting bitch. He has resting bitch face.
Resting wizard face.
evocation face. Yeah.
It looks like he cast Fireball a few too many times whilst looking in the wind and it's locked his face in that expression.
I think you
Don't do
just
that
have
with
to-
Mage Hand, you'll go blind.
Oh god. I think you just have to have that sort of disposition to cast evocation 9th level spells, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cast Meteor Stone once.
All right, so I get
Uh,
all. I guess
He's kind of waiting for you to speak.
so. So we're all
Well, that was I would say disaster, but I guess all of us lived, so it was just more of a debacle.
I'll help Tajikar into a chair. Kind of stand next to him.
Okay.
Right.
What in the fuck do we do now?
Altus, this is the vocabulary of fire.
And also possibly Soren.
Also possibly me. Yeah.
Temporal anomaly, apparently.
Do you remember that thing I saw in the library? I had some thoughts that maybe... Because this scar, we both have it. And that was before I turned 15. So... I'm thinking maybe whatever I saw in there might have split me somehow. Or part of... Or reality did something weird. I don't know. This is... I mean, I know I did my thesis on the possibility of chronology existing, but not actually...
None of it fucking with you, I imagine.
Well, right here. I don't think you should sell us anything, and I know that sounds sort of counterintuitive to us being wizards, but the last time you tried to tell me anything, that thing showed up. And, I'd rather not fight one of those again.
That's kind of my main worry right now, is like, they sent one. Who says another one's not appearing 6 seconds from now?
Or who sent it, we don't even know.
And I ask our two archwizards, do you either of you know what that was? All I got is construct.
Yeah.
They both indicate that they have no idea.
It said, Oh God, what did
If only
it
we
say?
knew a place with lots of wizards and information available.
I mean, this is new magic, though, that's the thing. Temporal
Or not.
anomaly detected.
Potentially.
Or
You mentioned something before about certain resources being destroyed.
temporal law will be enforced, is what it said to me.
Hmm.
Well, the thing is that Arianril Sharrier's work only exists in one more place. And then the rest of his work was destroyed. Why? What's so
Imagine
dangerous
to
about all
avoid
this
things
aside
like
from...
this.
Yeah, well, that's actually just answered my own question, because when you start fucking about with time, you get that, apparently.
Every arcanist who has explored chronology, as you call it, has died.
You sure they've died? Like, died? Or they disappear?
History changes. Some disappear, some are found eviscerated, burnt, slaughtered, killed. This today may explain this. It was forbidden research due to the danger associated with it.
I think we just met the danger.
It would seem so.
Huh.
Gives Tajika a pointed look as well, so. And the consequences.
Well, the good news is it's been like 10 minutes and we haven't seen a follow-up. And really it only attacked when you tried to pry too much, right?
Right, yeah. Sort of. Altus, we need to go to Veritania to figure out what's going on with the ocean. And I don't think we can take him with us. He's not in a position to travel. And he needs to be reunited with the Pyrocon because...
You'll keep him here.
Right.
I would have asked if that could be arranged, if you had not offered.
I think he's safer with you than he is with us. Sorry to talk about you like you're not here, but you don't seem like you're with it at the moment.
He kind of rolls over slightly. He's like, I'm sorry.
It's alright, it's alright.
He doesn't seem to respond to you.
the wizards here can find the Pyrocon. We can't. We're not. The 4 of us are not strong enough to go to the plane of fire. That's nuts. But we can try to put the potions to right.
In discussion. Plans are being formed. Actions prepared to be taken.
The thing is, and the thought I had, is if we find the Aerocon, we might be able to use it to surpass a storm out there, and then put the Hydrocon to rights again. It's a gamble, but I think it's a good one.
What do you know of the Archon?
I don't know. Let me roll Arcana. The answer is...
Frankly, I thought you had it, and that's how the city was flying.
No.
But I guess not.
Wait a second. Refresh roll 20. I don't know what I rolled.
Gives Blue Jay a look. Blue Jay seems to return this. Expression.
Do you want me to roll an Arcana, or have we already rolled this?
Go for it.
Sure. Maybe Eldritch Insight.
Whoa.
Maybe.
24.
Being a warlock is great because you can justify any
know
extra
what?
20.
Yeah, let's go for a current Eldritch Insight. We'll say the information comes to you in the moment.
Nice.
Maybe something you just catch. You're not quite sure where your reflection is being held, but somewhere a voice comes to you that says, "We've seen it before, we think." And the memory is conjured. Because you think Ericon and what you know of it, and supposedly your magic, Soren has said, is similar to the magic of air. It is evasive, elusive, always changing its nature. It's the language of illusions. And illusionary magic is heavily associated with elemental air. And the memory that comes to mind is, thankfully, still with you and has not been erased, but it's when you're in the bowels of the school. You pass that room with the strange triangle floating, and there was something about that and the way it seemed almost trapped there rather than more than anything else.
Did it remind me perhaps of when I saw the cradle of the Hydrocon? Because if I think the Aerocon
Very
is
much so.
Okay. If the Aerocon's a tetrahedron, then that's probably its box.
Yeah, the Aerocon is a D8, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Octahedron,
Octahedron.
I believe.
Right, the tetrahedron is a Pyrocon.
Yeah.
Huh. You had it, didn't you? I can see it.
Wait, what?
Your minds have not. You have not visited an enchanter yet.
Which enchant? No. Do you mean... I forgot his name.
What's this?
We have reason to believe that the artifact held beneath the city. It was there from before our departure from Veritania. When our precursors threw off the shackles of their control. It's always been that.
Sorry, what is here?
You still have it?
We believe it is a part of the whole.
So these things can be shattered, broken into constituent parts, then, while still retaining some of their ability.
We know so little of the lexicon. We assumed, we've always assumed they are like an artifact, a crystal ball in manner, but
What if it helps? I saw the Pyrocon, so I'll just make a minor illusion of what it looked like.
yes, akin to such an artifact. But there are 8 Like, no, 8. We believe. Why do you shake your head?
Huh. You're saying 8 pieces of the Aracon.
We have
I
a
thought you
shard.
meant something else, sorry.
There are, including Skyward, 8. They call them the Herol, the floating cities of Veritania.
Oh, each city has a piece.
Not
That
8 in
makes a
number.
lot of sense, doesn't it? Holy shit. So,
No.
like...
We have kept such knowledge secret. We wish to give Veritania little cause to make efforts to retrieve their lost shard, and we're a floating city. We'd like to keep the hows and whys unexploitable.
Okay, well.
Can I roll maybe a history check to see if there's 7 Veritanian floating cities?
By all means.
Yeah, that seems insane.
Because if there is, then that confirms a theory. Well, that's a pretty bad one, but...
You rolled an 8, but I'd say, like, given your time as Nikolai,
Oh. Hmm.
it wouldn't be at all difficult knowledge for you to know there are indeed 7.
Yeah. 7 cities. They have 7 floating cities, and you have 1. So somebody took the Aracon and split it into 8 parts, and probably used that magic to make the cities fly.
Yes.
So.
We believe that it was the Veritanians, the matriarchs. We assume. We have no history that dates before their
Holy shit.
cities.
I look at Vigil and Soren and I go, well, our Veritanian expedition just got a whole lot more complicated. So there was going to be a little thing to recover somewhere.
Blue Jay, we don't know if they... Only Archmages are privy to this information, Skyhold. So we would appreciate your discretion with this information. But we have conducted only small research into the contraption. We believe they have made some kind of container that can harness the magic of the Ericon. We have learned that there seems to be some contingency mechanisms of a arcane nature. There is divine magic intrinsic to this. It's been a major roadblock. But our piece is not the heart. We have it feels a pull away from here. We think that it is being kept here against its will. It wants to be whole.
But if I had to guess, its home is not in any of those cities either. It's probably somewhere else entirely.
Is there a way we could track that?
Maybe.
Some
I
sort
have-
of divination magic. Oh.
I have a crazy idea. Well, I guess let me start with a question to you, Archwizards. You ever tried moving it or taking it out or experimenting with it?
They share a look, and Altus is good. 1542. The collapse of the Western Tower.
How long ago was that?
About 400 years ago.
Okay.
History records a particularly difficult storm. Foundations aged, cracks, natural collapse. The Archmages at the time had attempted to meddle. The city nearly fell out the sky.
Every time they've tried to codify the language of air, you get a big storm, so it makes sense if you fuck with the lexicon of air. You get problems.
The city does have countermeasures. You don't live in a floating city and have archmages and wizards for hundreds of years without making sure that if it fell out the sky, it wouldn't just
Kill everyone.
end. But other, in truth, most disturbances to the city have been, well, arcanists with, what is it the first years say? Big wizard energy.
Jesus Christ.
BWE. Well, that's interesting. If you try, there's 8 pieces, and if you try to move even one, the city falls out of the sky. This seems like an impossible problem at first glance.
What if they were reunited, though? If the Veritanian Islands joined here? Would it be possible?
Oh shit. If the cities fly, you can just bring them together?
If you could just bring them together, just for a little. And maybe we can use that to get through the storm. I mean, the Veritanians aren't particularly inclined to work with us, but if they understand that we're trying to save the world, maybe something could be negotiated for a truce or something. I don't think we're at war with them, but there's no harm in asking.
I really like that idea. It's hard, but more doable than stealing 7 key artifacts from 7 different cities.
I don't think anyone wants the world to end. If we explain the gravity of the situation to them, and you're probably better at this than I am, and so,
Blue Jones, we
Big dad energy.
It's a matter of whether or not they believe us, either. Whether we... Think about it this way. If I were to approach somebody from another nation and say, we need the keystone to keeping your cities alive, otherwise the entire world ends.
We don't take it from them. We just ask them to come
No,
here.
I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. If we are asking for such a thing, how do they not verify that we are not here to undermine their power structure, as such paranoia is, and, well, rightfully so, I would be paranoid as well.
You are right, Vigil, but also we have 2 things in our advantage. One, as Soren said, we're only asking them to move the city, which is much less bad than can we steal your artifact. And 2, the sun is out. A lot of people are going to have some inclination that big things and bad things are going on, you know?
Also, Altus, if you and perhaps the other archmages could write us some sort of letter. It explains what we're there for. A little bit of paperwork goes a long way for credibility, right?
Don't you two, don't they hate each other? Would that letter even do anything?
yes, might do more harm than good.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Recommendation. Who is Veritania? Like, I guess this would be a very Enzo question. Is what's the political situation? They have allies?
Maybe another history check.
Sure.
This is outside of my wheelhouse.
I only have a +2. That's a 13.
Again, it's history that is somewhat connected to Enzo. You know that Spadia is a suzerainty under Veritania.
Is a what?
A client state.
Okay.
It was during the rebellion, shortly after Tessel declared its freedom.
Peace.
Spadia started its own revolt against Kovoldi rule, during which Veritania, in the final kind of death throes of that conflict, a number of their settlements appeared on Spadian shores and essentially declared their rulership over Spadia. And Spadia didn't really have much that they could do against floating cities that could rain down upon them. A mercantile people, the Spadians agreed to tribute, and nominally being under Veritanian rule, and the Veritanian cities drifted back across the sea to their southern wasteland, over which they flowed. Spadia is fairly independent under them, but it's one of those things where there is they're in charge. It's never really been tested, but on paper.
Second question: how do we get there?
In terms of their politics, each city is, again, by the nature, relatively independent. Each is ruled by a matriarch, or a matron, as they call them, with the matron mother ruling First Nest, their capital. Yeah, there's a lot of political infighting and scheming in politics.
Well, I relay the basic fact real quick that Speedy is a vassal state? I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Vassal state of Veritania, and like, I'm from there. I could get a piece of paper or something, or better yet, I could forge a piece of paper that says anything I wanted to.
Yeah, I'd say Enzo, again, with the whole, your disguise as Nikolai, I assume Enzo would have done some research so he didn't spout
Mental
nonsense.
research, sure.
You're aware that outsiders are allowed to visit the cities, but in quite sort of, limited. There will be a district where non-Veritanians
Right.
are on the floating city. There are settlements on the Veritanian waste, which is essentially a vast, sprawling tundra with all manner of dire and giant beasts.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great spot for hunters and trappers and the like.
Yes, and low-level adventuring parties, or maybe mid-level.
About level 40.
Depends on how many giant bison come charging at you. And yeah, so it's they often get up to the city, trade, return back down. And there are settlements down there, but they tend to be temporary affairs.
I say, sort of relay all of that, and I say, well, getting us into the city I think won't be too hard. I can either have some papers made or make them myself. But after that, getting an audience with the person to talk to about this will be difficult. But let's be honest, this whole mission is no harder than we were asked to infiltrate fucking Kavol with just the four of us.
Right. So we have to go to the leaders of each of these cities and make our case. Or maybe just to the first one.
I was going to say...
The first nest, you said?
Is there is one of them like the capital? One of the cities?
Yeah. The First Nest.
The First Nest.
The city's name. Oh,
let's go there, convince them, and then since they're the leaders, they do the job of, convincing the other six for us.
Right, yeah. How are we gonna get there? The ocean's fucked. Do you have a teleportation circle or something? I'm just asking. I think we have books all over the place. Maybe Kintier knows.
Blue Jay speaks of. There is a ship currently docked with the city. It might be able to.
You're kidding.
I mean, you just heard what was said about how they hate each other. They're not gonna have wizards with access to a circle.
No, but maybe squirreled away somewhere. I don't know.
We have our circles to and from Veritania were destroyed.
Oh,
When we
wow.
broke free.
What happened?
The city fled. When you flee an enemy, you don't want to keep a back door.
Yeah, right. Are the oceans even traversable right now?
Hopefully.
I mean,
If you're sailing west,
And south.
it should. East is where the storms
Yeah.
begin.
We're
right.
heading away from the danger, thankfully.
God, boats again.
I have an idea. We need to pick a neutral location for the 8 cities to meet. Because it will help a lot to convince them if we say, come here to this place that's not anything, rather than, hey, can you go to the Myriad Obelisk, to their place, you know what I mean? You can move your city too, I assume, right?
Yeah, it does move.
Slowly, as long as it's relatively near. We are. We attempted to explore the rift from the skies.
Mm.
The city got battered a bit to and from.
Sorry, just like this is all a really good idea in terms of like getting all the pieces together. But who's the vocabulary of air?
Don't know.
Because without them, I don't think we can use it. The Pyrocon tried to kill me when I touched it, so, you know.
Well,
Well, this version of me.
I don't know.
Maybe I can ask Freyrin who the vocabulary of air is.
You can ask, but also I think we'll find answers in Veritania. If they control 7 of 8 pieces of it, the Volcablian is probably there. It might even be their, I don't know, queen, who's their leader?
That's a good
Matriarch?
point. It might be her. I can ask and then we can go.
Yeah.
I guess that's the plan then, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Go to Veritania.
Archwizards, do you mind finding a location that would be suitable as a meeting point for all 8 cities? And sending us this information later? While we're en route? We don't have time
We
to
will do what we can.
Thank you. We don't have time to do research of ocean maps and
I
such.
really don't.
Hey, Owen,
Yep.
can I get a history check on Veritanian Cavalier relations and see how bad I am or how good I am in this situation?
Make me a history check. There is some knowledge you will know anyway, but
All right.
You need to take that warlock level and get Mask of Many Faces. It's so good.
Yeehaw, 13.
13.
More than half our rolls today have been 13s.
That is
Well-
mathematically improbable?
Maybe.
That's true. Yeah.
Not quite.
I mean, 13 slashing, 13 muscular wounds,
2 13
2
history
13
rolls.
arcanas,
Mhm.
and 2 13 history rolls. Yeah.
Wow.
Three
So
13 arcanas.
you know that Veritania did actually fall to Cavoli expansion.
Whoops.
Yee.
Oopsie,
But-
whoopsie.
Early, like basically, it was where the Sixth Legion earned their name, the Sky Devils. They were a legion assembled out of tieflings born with the gift of wings,
Hmm.
or accompanied by arcanists who could ally those
Give
to
him it.
fly. And in kind of a Fire Nation and the Air Nomad situation, the Veritanians were flying around thinking they were completely safe. And out of nowhere, Cavodi Legion rocks up, flies at them,
What up?
plants a flag on top, and goes, "You all belong to us now. Pay us tax." Came by. And the Sixth Legion became the Veritanian Guard and essentially oversaw the Veritanian province of the Empire.
Ah.
more contemporary history of what happened to the Veritanian Guard. It's unclear. They were under the Cavoli rule. The next people know they rocked up at Spadia, helped liberate them from Cavol, and then planted a flag in Spadia and said, "You all belong to us now." Instead of Cavol, okay, bye, and then floated away. And there isn't really any knowledge on what exactly happened to the Cavoli
Woof.
in Veritania.
That's unfortunate. Although they do have history of military occupation. Alright, time to take off all my Cavoli symbols.
So Veritania was under Cavoli rule for about 60 years or so.
And it will be again with Vigil getting there. We'll conquer all 7 cities by ourselves.
I'm glad you're on board, Enzo. Puts a hand on his shoulder.
Oh God.
We live your history.
Right. I need to go have a conversation with Freyrin, I guess. And is there anything that can be done for him?
Fantastica. We will see what we can do.
Just be kind to him. He's been through a lot.
Altus replies in his way of grunting.
Vigil looks Altus up and down for a moment like, this is the old man who caused so many problems.
He stares back and also grunts.
Vigil just nods.
You understand each other.
We do. Good. We have a psychic link of mutual hatred.
Lovely.
Enzo, should we not go and speak with Sfaro Domio?
We probably should go arrange that, huh?
While Soren speaks to Freyrin, we can go and speak to Sfaro.
Y'all can go ahead and do that first, because I need to write out 5 questions I'm going to ask.
Alright, cool.
And, Owen, you decided that since we were in the shrine here, I could ask actual questions rather than just yes-no?
Yeah.
With commune? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You guys have anything you want to ask Freyrin while I'm out?
Nah, that's all you.
I know.
Not that I can think of.
Anything useful you'd like to know?
I mean, if you just have no questions, I can suggest something, but I'd say ask away.
I have a few, but if you have one, I have spare questions, I suppose. So if you've got one, I don't mind asking.
You may want to ask if Freyrin knows the current status of the actual Cavoli war effort. See if they've proceeded any further in our absence.
I don't know that she'd know that, but I can ask.
Yeah, and I don't really know the limit of your magic, so you do it. I will try to acquire information in my own way, but
I can ask anything. She just might not have an answer. And it's not just yes or no, since I'm here. Normally, if I ask her from like if we were in Cavol and I asked her, it's a yes or no question. But since I'm here, I can have sort of brief conversations with her.
nah, do your thing. Let's meet at the tavern in the evening, huh? Same one last night.
Right, yeah, I know. I left my notes upstairs as well, so I need to go get those.
Yeah, no, start packing.
Yeah, no, I've got a whole table in the library just scattered with books. Oh god, Tilly's gonna kill me. Soren just kind of reaches out and like almost goes to touch Tajikar's shoulder, like comfortingly, but stops himself because we don't know if that's gonna cause a rift or something.
Yeah.
But what I will do is leave Glimmer with him in cat form.
Interesting.
Okay.
Just have Glimmer like crawl into his lap and purr. Where's his copy of Glimmer actually? That was a weird one. Why isn't he with you?
Did you make the Glimmer Pact after or before getting that scar?
Before.
Interesting.
Soren was like 11 or 12 when he met Glimmer. He was like a baby wizard, like first year. He's having trouble getting along with the other wizards, and Altus took him into the Feywild for a educational fun trip.
Yeah, I read Harry Potter. I know how this goes.
No doors on the second floor.
Anyway, I leave Glimmer with Tajikar
Okay.
and then head towards the library and then the shrine. And then I'll leave that to you
I-
guys. Because I'm going to be writing
grabbed-
questions, so go for it.
Yep. Oh, it's us? Okay.
Mhm. Yeah,
Let's
I'm thinking questions.
go... Okay, yeah, let's go see the captain.
He is in town.
Oh, he's here? Okay.
Oh,
Is
here,
it
he
a
was
tavern
at the
in
pub you
town?
left him.
Yeah.
Right. Alright, walk in. And as soon as I walk into the tavern, the first thing you hear me say is like, oh, right, I owe my guy like 56 gold. Shit. Okay, gotta pay that before I leave.
Yo, got what?
I made some purchases in the last few days.
You're building up quite a debt, as it seems. What I recall, you still owe me 600 gold.
It's fine, we're going adventuring, that's how you make money.
I mean, fair enough. I cannot dispute that, given what we have found so far.
Actually, adventuring's a pretty terrible way of making money. The real money isn't like, well, the people back in Akun, flipping stuff, but hey.
Money laundering.
Yeah. Alright, let's go find the captain.
Yep.
You in the
He's
building?
there. Yep. It's quite easy to find.
Capitan, good to see you.
Good to see you, yes.
I'll have you know that the Myriad Obelisk will not be destroyed by any time police today. You're welcome.
What?
It's fine. I'll tell you later. Speaking of, what were your plans for, once your ship's repaired and you're getting out of here? Because we might have a...
Well, last we spoke, you mentioned you need to travel westward.
Good. Just so happens we need to travel westward towards Veritania.
Yeah. I need to find a crew more.
Sorry.
A crew more suited to motorbikes.
The
That was Enzo farting.
yeah.
Jesus, y'all.
One eye just kind of goes, sorry,
Y'all are children, holy shit.
in the third word you've ever heard him say. Yeah. Basically, what was my brain doing? He says he was going to be sailing westward anyway. He thought a ship and crew would be plenty enough, but he needs to get back to the mainland and hire some very specific people to solve very specific problems, namely giant fuck off storm and all that jazz.
So, he'll give us the ship, but he's not coming?
No, he'll be going with you. He's happy
Oh.
to take you to the Veritanian coast and then sail north into
And
Spain.
then get back to the mainland. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'll ask him, since he's the seagoer, how long is that journey? To the first seat, I guess. First nest? Is that what it's called?
He says you will have to.
You will have to roll a check.
It takes 1d20 days. It's just somehow.
I mean, that is the thing. It's very, very variable. If you have, it's basically if they have good winds the whole way, which he thinks of as long as you're going west, he found you struggled coming east, but easier going west.
I turn to Vigil and I'm like, can Soren control winds?
But water.
Wait.
I don't know.
Soren can control water. Couldn't that, like... Have you ever tried that?
10 minutes.
Do not know.
Ask the captain, have you ever tried that? Water magic? To maybe speed the boat up? Can you make a current or something?
There are very specific people I'm looking to hire who might be able to do such things.
Well, you can experiment with our wizard.
I mean, of course, rumor on the waves is that it's
The waves.
the pirates of the Honeycomb Islands use such magics, but none live to tell the tale, so they say.
Wow.
Griff. Sorry, I'm not there.
Turn to vigil again. Did you know that Soren is a pirate? Confirmed.
I don't think he
Reverse
has it in
logic
him.
is impeccable.
I do not think he has it in him, in all honesty. He can barely stay on a boat for 20 minutes. Let
That's
alone,
actually true.
let alone be engaged in a career of piracy that he is far unsuited for.
But in another timeline, think about it.
In
Oh my
another
God.
timeline, Saran Ashmere, a notorious pirate, yes.
The
So
jokes
this-
were that Enzo was everybody, but in truth, everyone's just a Soren from a different
Everyone's just
timeline.
Soren from different timelines.
Oh no.
It's
Also
like-
known as this is the Ashmere paradox.
I was gonna say this is being John Malkovich, except with Soren.
Oh my God.
Being Saran Ashmere.
It
Well,
sucks,
Captain,
I don't recommend it. Sorry.
Do you want payment for this, or?
You have done enough for me. It is not. It's about a week of extra journey, but it'll be fine.
I tap him on the shoulder and I say, "I'll tell the brass upstairs that you charge us 100 gold and get them to pay you." What? Not my money.
Looks around, sees that Soren's not with you. I'll work out the expenses.
Vigil just sort of smiles a little bit and goes, Enzo, I
Haha, tax fraud.
seriously cannot. I seriously cannot fathom how you think of these things.
A lifetime of growing up in it, I guess. Well, I have any ideas for what we do next? Can we leave tomorrow, Captain? Are you ready on such short notice? I don't know how the repair is going.
The ship is ship shape to some degree. It's minor fixes at the moment.
So you think tomorrow is feasible?
If we must, we can do it.
Look, if you need to repair it more, I'm not getting on a ship that's like half full of holes.
Give us another full day.
Okay, that's fine. We'll give you
We will
day
make sure
after tomorrow.
everything is just so.
Understandable. Operating in the dark must be difficult for some people.
But I assume it's okay if we start loading some stuff, maybe pick out our rooms.
Yes, no, of course. It's a new ship, of course.
Have you named it?
Yes. Well, it's not. It's a rental, so.
Rental. I assumed you would be. Well,
Didn't
I
he
assumed
say-
a lot
he
of
gave
the
us
funds
name?
would have been before.
You did give the name of the ship.
I don't really know.
However, I will notice the don't mind.
Tassa
But
2,
I.
the Tassa
I
2
do.
Electric Boogaloo.
The Amenta Ola.
Yeah.
It's not Tassa 2 Judgment Day.
Yes, too.
Yeah.
You basically, like, him and his crew are in charge of it, but, like, most of the crew in the ship are not kind of
Right.
his.
Makes sense.
Max.
Ships are pricey things, and unfortunately, his investment is at the bottom of that island.
Okay. All right. I'm okay to pass the sword here.
Okay.
Yep.
He starts, him, One Eye, and other survivors of that original crew begin jotting down numbers and wages and
Oh,
just total cost. Plus 10.
before we move on, can I just ask who actually survived? Like we have a list of crew.
I have a spreadsheet.
Nice.
Oh boy.
It's like the spreadsheet that was used for the soldiers.
Yeah, I was gonna say spreadsheets
Yeah.
If people are unknown.
Kowalski.
Kowalski.
Uh,
Sergeant Blazhensev. I kind of want to rewatch that.
Look, I enjoy spreadsheets.
No,
All right.
Dude, I get
I'm not
it.
judging, dude. That's fucking impressive.
I recently did a catalog of every RPG product I own.
If I if I could use Excel, I would be doing the same. Do not worry.
If you could use Excel.
I never
As
learned
a
it.
band.
No, I've just never learned how to use Excel properly.
The crew of the Tassa. The survivors are Captain Suado Del Meoa,
Hell yeah.
One Eye, Jess,
you.
who was the ship medic, and
Is One Eye the
Amiko.
first mate?
One Eye is the bosun.
Oh, okay.
So, kind of in charge of captain crew relations.
Boat stuff.
The first mate was the captain's daughter, Saranella, who is under the question mark category of,
Currently indisposed.
as is
MIA.
Griff.
What was
Gotcha.
Griff's official role?
He was cabin boy.
Griff's official role is the ship's Peter Pan.
Special role was to sit on the front and excitedly yell, "Land!" when he saw something.
Right.
One Eye's
Shout
personal
out in Elvish.
is he values his words. A grunt will often do.
Brilliant.
Oh man, can you imagine a character that's like, you're born and you're told you will have 1,000 words to speak in your lifetime. And
Make
then
sure
it's
they
like,
count.
well, shit, fuck, no, that's all.
Imagine
Damn.
you're like you're in a really really bad adventure and you're just like I guess now's the time to start speaking full sentences.
Yeah.
Get all those 1,000 words in.
That's like 30 per year. It's like one every 10 days. Oof.
Man, that'd be a terrible player character, but a fun NPC.
Yeah.
I know the truth to the world, but I can only speak 1,000 words before I die.
It's a poetic way. You should play a bard who took a vow of silence.
But yeah, so those are the survivors, 4 in all. Omiko was just a crew that. So, One Eye has become first mate, and Omiko is now become bosun by virtue of her not dying.
Valid.
Yeah, it looks good on the CV.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, meanwhile, Sora's gone to the shrine.
Yeah, I've got 2 stops to make. One to the shrine and then one to downstairs where I was.
Okay. Go to the shrine.
Right, yeah. Are the clerics there or is it empty?
It's empty. You suspect that they're kind of out and about, being pretty busy.
Okay, well, I'll sit down in front of the... What does the shrine look like, Owen? What is this place? I didn't really get a description of it.
You suspect it was once some kind of side room, maybe a glorified storage cupboard. That at some point was converted into a shrine to the Eidolon Freyrin.
Mm-hmm.
It's a small circular room, about 10 pushing 15 feet wide in diameter.
Okay.
6 small pillars kind of run up the sides, supporting its domed roof. The actual shrine itself is a simple pedestal, where offerings and incense are burnt. And there's a handful, maybe 4 or so, kind of little wooden folding stools that we use for those making offerings. There is a larger chamber nearby that is used for larger ceremonies, but it's not actually technically... would not be considered hallowed ground.
Okay. So this place
It's
is...
just when they're doing the Christmas sermon would be in that big room, where they can actually fit more than 3 wizards in at once.
And you did say the in the writing about the ritual that made the vocab. It can be viewed here in Freyren's Shrine. What is that thing? I think it's in one of the books.
Okay, I will have to.
Here we go. Yeah, all right. It's in here. Is through the bond that the languages first revealed themselves to the mortals and can be observed in the shrine to Freyren within the Myriad Obelisk during noon ritual. What is that? And have I missed noon?
So,
The Eidolon bless the mortal souls who follow the gift of magic, and the bond the languages first revealed themselves. And that can be observed here in the shrine.
It's hard to tell if it's around noon, given the sun's gone.
Oh, right.
But you can ask, and they are happy to. So you can find the same acolyte who's busy tidying up that you encountered before, and he's happy to give you the lowdown.
That's just a curiosity of mine. You can describe it to me later if it would take too much time.
It is essentially a ritual of summoning the runes of the old language and having them take elemental effect. It's showing taking the gift of powers of an Eidolon and shaping the world around them with your will.
Wow, okay. I assume I've seen it at some point.
Yeah. It gets a bit complicated because about once a year the air part of the ritual completely changes and has to be relearned because air's a bitch. To learn and keeps changing.
All right. Well, I'll sit down with a particular incense and all the offerings, a page of my spell book, that kind of thing. Sit and wait for Freyren to show up.
Yeah. Specifically the ritual, last note would be specifically the ritual is focused on people being elemental magic. Sort of back in the early days. So, casting the ritual, the room is filled with incense. It's quite a small room, so it does take a lot of incense. And the spell is cast. Completely by coincidence, a cat has entered the room.
Is it the same cat?
It's the same cat.
Right.
The acolyte hurries off to fetch a bowl of milk.
All right. Hi. First question. Do you know who the vocabulary of air is? Can you tell me?
Yes, though air is fickle. I am not infallible. It's strange hearing a Eidolon say the word believe, but Freyren would say she believes that the vocabulary of air rules over First Nest.
Okay. Has Kavol made any significant advances in the war effort against the world? I know it's a big question. There might be a lot to that.
She is unsure.
Well, that's better than yes. We'll bringing the cities together. Veritania's cities and here. Actually, let us get through the storm. I guess provided if the Vocabularian helps us. Is this... I guess, is this even worth it? Is this the way we should go?
Aircon controls the air. The storm is the air's child. If you were to control the Aircon, the storms should come.
Okay. What is it?
It would be strange days to see the cities of Veritania and this place together. They are likely to there's custom in Veritania that no two of the cities shall come within 100 miles of one another. I understand it is connected to the Aircon.
Okay. I guess maybe some...
I suspect bringing them together may be more effective than you hope.
Soren's like writing notes frantically. Okay, so that's 3.
But again, I only know what knowledge is kept here. I cannot see forward, only into the past written down. And what the other whispers of other Eidolon reach me here.
Kintyre. I met them.
They stay quiet in the depths. I speak of those on the mainland.
You can talk to them.
The cat gives you a kind of ridiculous, a look of kind of, yes. You can talk to us and we can talk to you.
I don't know why I didn't think of that. No, that's obvious. Sorry. I have another question, but... So what?
Reminiscing.
About what? Can I ask? Does that count as a question?
This is a somewhat isolating home. It's rare to have Eidolon with which I can converse fully. I only get whispers now.
People are... In some places they've stopped believing in them. In other places I think they've been driven out or killed or dismissed somehow. So that makes sense.
And we change.
Yeah.
We are what you believe us to be, and you believe what we are. It is, I believe an historian won't put it, a owl bear and the egg situation. None know which came first.
So you appear as a cat because I think of you as one. Maybe.
Many think of me as a cat. You Arcanists seem to have a fondness for them.
I saw you once as an elf, though. At least I think I did. Was that you?
Again.
It's not a question.
Arun,
Yeah.
you should. I have an idea. Have a look at the text chat for a second. See what you think.
You should ask about your time research.
Yeah, see if there's anything, see if there's any resources left of it anywhere.
Actually, that's where I'm going. So
Oh, okay.
you are
Cool.
you have the brain cell today.
Do I? Oh.
I don't know. This is sort of a compound question, but with the oh god, Tajikar told me I shouldn't pursue anything else about chronology, and I'm starting to see why. So every time somebody messes with time, one of those things shows up. I'm sure you saw that, or at least know what I'm talking about.
Some reports have started to be written. Vistala's already made a diary entry, and that did seem quite dramatic.
Did the I don't know if you know this, but did the rune I see split me into versions of myself, or I don't even know how to ask this. And if it did, is Tajikar me? Am I him? Are we each other?
What you are is a strange thing. You changed that day. I do not know how. But you were different. I could see that.
After the
There is a potential for knowledge in you that grew that day.
okay, last question, I suppose.
Yes.
You know, I think if I go to that library, I'm going to find Arianna's research, or what's left of it. So my last question, I suppose, is a selfish one. But I did something in Cavol that I'm now just sort of starting to realise the ramifications of.
Mm.
How can I redeem myself? And can I?
In which life do you seek to be redeemed, this one or the next?
Which one's more important? I won't remember the next one, I don't think.
Depends very much on your point of view. I can promise you that if you die within my reach, I will ensure that you do not go to the wrong place.
It's what I deserve.
By some judgment. I am a being of information. You are on the cusp of discovering something great. Maybe. If you bring that, if you discover that knowledge, that information, then You have done the world a great deed.
I'll do my best. And this, I know you only have 5, but this one's for you, actually. Is there a way I could take you with me? So you're not so lonely?
I am bound to this place. We're all bound to places, you see. Some of us try to forget them. And also, some of us are not here any longer. There is a correlation. These are interesting times. I do not think the sun would disappear.
Neither did I.
Aye. Shame. I don't think cats have dark vision mechanically.
What?
Don't worry.
Haha. That happens when you take out low light vision. That's what happens.
Thank you, Farron. I'm going to go see Kintyre, and then I won't be here for a while again, so
Be careful.
I will be.
And do remember, Soren, you are you. Tajika. I can sense him, and you are different.
I hope so.
You should probably be going.
Yeah. No, thank you. I scratch Farron behind the ears and gently.
Please, Kintyre is. Please be careful.
I will
He can be clingy.
Clingy?
It might be tempting to become his friend, their friend. Don't. They don't like being alone, Soren. You may not find yourself able to leave.
That's why people get stuck down there. No, I have something to trade for a book. That's all.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. I'll be careful. I won't go in, I'll just stand at the edge.
The cat nods. You hear the footsteps of the approaching acolyte. He goes, milk. And leaves.
I will make my way down, hop on my broom, zip down to the very, very edge of the labyrinth, right to the front door.
Okay.
And stand there for a second. Just very quietly say, I have a secret for you in exchange for a book.
Well, the shadows seem to draw you further in, asking you to take a few steps closer before they're willing to talk.
I will take one step closer.
The shadows still back.
I can't stay.
They seem to be asking. You see the vaguest silhouettes in the darkness. There's kind of Cheshire Cat, innocent smile. Just a little further. The light makes it difficult.
Kintyre,
Please.
I can't stay, Kintyre. I have to do things.
This is the most I've spoken to anybody in so long.
I know you're lonely.
What do you have to trade? What do you have to trade?
I have a secret for you.
I do like secrets.
I know you do.
What do you want in return?
A spell.
Ooh. What's the spell?
Something just not fire. I'm kind of defenseless right now. All the offensive magic I know is based in fire, and I don't have any of it. You bring me something interesting, I'll give you a secret.
Secret first.
I'm glad the sun's gone. Not because I'm upset, and not because I'm glad that it's actually gone, but because I don't have that burning in the back of my mind right now. I'm glad I can't use fire magic.
I'm glad it's gone too.
I know. You like the dark.
You can't tell this to anybody. But when those fancy bottles run out, I can finally explore this entire place.
That's unnerving. Also, not our problem. Haha.
Never going in those catacombs again. This place is fucked.
Yep, fuck it. Not going back down there. Fuck that.
I don't say anything in
Is-
reply.
Is all the light gone? Or just the sun?
I think it's just
I
this.
saw the torches flicker away, but... well... I don't want to get too hopeful.
Well, you promised not to hurt anyone.
I don't hurt people.
I know you don't, but don't keep them trapped.
I don't trap them.
Into here.
I
They get lost down here.
will go get your spell.
Alright.
And you see the silhouette of the somewhat disturbing eight-legged cat spider creature.
This thing's so scary.
And just scuttle off into the rustling parchments of the catacombs.
Eight-legged cat
Catstipede.
spider. That's awesome.
Catstipede.
Yeah, it's catstipede.
All right,
Spider cat.
we joked about it being the horrible Garfield.
Spider cat. Does whatever spider cat does.
Candy swing from a web. Yes.
No.
That's all I need to tell you. I think let's go on break there.
Okay.
Come up with Kintir's brief return,
Alright.
and then get right to it with some travel.
Yeah.
Kintir? That is the name, right?
Kintir.
Yeah.
Who's Kintir?
And
It is Kintir.
Who's Kintir? Oh, the cat?
The spider cat.
Oh, the spider cat. Okay.
We'll get back with some travel on the ship towards Veritania.
Oh yeah.
And then
After a quick 2 hours of shopping. Quick 2
Oh,
hour
my
shopping.
God.
session.
I swear to God.
No, seriously, we have a brief thing, but we'll do it when we're back.
yeah. No worries.
Yeah. Alright,
Alright, we'll be back in a bit, guys.
Sweet.
Don't go anywhere.
back in a
Yep.
bit.
Wow, I'm glad I had you muted when we went live, because that would have been interesting. Hey guys, we're back. Welcome back to ominous music time. Let me turn that down. There we go.
That's the best music.
Hey friends, we're back with the second half of this episode. Stuff happened. We rescued Tajikar. We brought him upstairs, had a chat. Soren went and talked to Kintyr. We secured a boat to go to Veritania to go try to convince the Veritanians to bring their cities together so we can have control over the Archon, so we can stop the storm down in the ocean, so we can go fix the oceans. I think that's about it, right?
Yes.
My god, that synopsis was actually not long-winded.
It was a long and short of it. We got it.
It was too fast. I didn't hear it.
Are you being serious right now?
I'm out of here. I'm done.
You forgot the part about the 6 owlbears fucking on a roof.
Ooh.
That
No,
is
that-
and canonically happened. Sorry.
I hate all of you.
Well, that's what you get when you get a wizard student town.
Okay, anyways.
Someone cast summon woodland creatures, accidentally upcast it,
Ooh.
suddenly you got 6 very horny owlbears.
Have we talked about the furry implications of polymorph and wild shape?
No, and we're not going to.
Okay.
We've had the spells can be used for many deviant sexual acts many times at this point.
Alright, anyway, so...
Mirror image.
Yeah.
Demiplane.
Sex or masturbation, you just can't tell.
Jesus Christ.
What? I mean, it's mirror image, man. How can you...
They're illusory, you creepy fucks.
I'm just saying, Enzo's get himself a mage handy before.
Oh dear.
Mage hand ledged
Fine, rude. I pose you the same question with the clone spell. Actually, not clone, doesn't work that way. But simulacrum.
Mm-hmm.
It's made of snow.
Stop it.
What? So people like.
I
it
ruled that
cold?
it can be made from, like, any inorganic matter.
Jam.
Gem simulacrum. Simulacrum
So
of
anything,
Mercury.
You know.
Sand would be a good one.
No, you don't want sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere.
Mm.
I both
So-
hate that, and also 10 out of 10 will play.
I fucking
was-
hate
that
you
was
guys so much.
So we pick up. We have essentially a day and a half until we depart, right? Because
Well, there's the last little thing that happens down in the catacombs
there is one more thing.
is that the creature referred to as Kintyr does scuttle free from the shadows briefly. And Soren, you find yourselves transfixed as it worms its way up and around you before the cat-like face is perfectly level about 3 inches away from your nose.
Oh, hello. Right.
What disturbs you about it is it's less the head than the body and the legs coming out, but the 8 legs and almost coming out from behind the head. And it's holding on to like the back of the head. Legs coming around you, sort of this almost like a sphere of shadow. And it begins whispering little secrets to you, cloying your mind and senses. And when you leave the catacombs, you're not entirely sure what happened, other than a transaction of a secret for a spell has occurred. Cats might always look slightly creepy to you now. And a firebolt has been changed beyond recognition within your knowledge into a new cantrip.
Was that by choice, Rune?
It was.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Well,
Sort of.
Yeah.
As much choice as we have.
going through the transaction was choice. The spell
Well.
that Kintyr provided was of Kintyr's choosing.
Oh, interesting. I just hope Soren has a damage cantrip.
I do, yes.
Oh, maybe it's Mind Sliver. Holy shit.
That would be cool, but I don't think Owen would do that.
Cantrip is busted.
It is.
I was gonna say the only thing I know about that cantrip other than its base mechanics is oh boy.
Yeah. Toll the
Honestly,
dead. Why not?
Yeah. I don't know. I think what's it called? What's the psychic one the bard has? Dissonant Whispers?
Vicious
That one's
Mockery?
underrated. But yeah, wait.
Vicious
You know what?
Mockery is the
Let's move
cantrip.
past it.
Dissonant
Yeah.
Whispers
Anyway.
is level 1.
That occurs. Soren leaves the catacombs. Shooketh, I presume.
Not as shook as you might think. A little
Is that a
unnerved,
condition?
but
Well, thankfully, Soren does have no memory of the more shookething moments.
cool.
It's slithered in your belly button like that bug in the Matrix.
Nasty.
Quickest way to the brain? Oh, that's where my coaster is. In my hand. Yes, you have about half of this day and then a day before you sail. So if there is any downtime activities you'd like to declare you are up to,
Sure. Well,
do you just say?
let's meet up with Soren again, and I'll organize a small meeting with everybody and just say, well, I hate to do this thing again, but we're planning for an expedition.
Right.
It's going to be a shorter one, but we should still maybe. What do you guys think we might need?
What? How are we getting there? Please tell me it's not about.
It's a boat.
About what, Weegel? Never mind.
That was that timing.
I'm
was
not going to dignify that
beautiful.
with a question. I'm not going to dignify that with a
I
nonsense.
transform into a man with a plaid shirt and a Toronto Maple Leafs hat. I go, oh yeah, it's about what? It's about what, Vigil? I can't do my own accent.
But just someone says, "What the fuck?"
Just out for a rip, are you, bud?
Jesus Christ!
I guess Canadians are no canon in this world. Damn it, Canada, you strike again.
Right. So what are food, water?
Oh
I,
yeah, all of those.
Please stop.
Transform back into Enzo.
You
That's
transform back. You transform away from Canada man back to Enzo.
Well,
Canada
I
man,
suppose we're
leader of
gonna
the
need
nation.
some water.
No, I veto. Please, I veto the yeehaw.
It's called the Yeeto.
The only yeehaw in this campaign belongs to Fireslinger Dren.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
but
kind of stress is enough.
legitimately, what you think we'll need anything? They should be supplied well enough on the ship, but
Right.
like, what do we want when we arrive?
Don't with the clothing.
I assume we're having one of our classic meetings in one of our rooms, so I don't need to lower my voice for secrets. I'm like, I can.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I could contact the Peacocks and ask for some papers, but like, they'd probably be forged anyway, so I might just forge them.
All right. Well,
Understandable.
I have ink and all sorts of paper, so. if you
Perfect.
need that.
Thank you. That'll make it look nice and
Well, I've
presentable.
actually some really nice paper here, and I slide over some of like the heavier cardstock for like arcane spells and shit.
Nice.
Yeah.
You two will need cold weather clothing, no doubt.
Oh, that's why I changed. I'm like wearing the spell
Good idea.
mantle and the coat and everything.
Wait, you saying you won't?
No, I
No,
I was addressing Vigil.
Oh, wait, aren't you?
I don't feel the cold as much.
I don't even feel the cold. All right, sorry.
I don't feel it as much. Same with fire.
Really?
Oh, extreme heat and extreme cold. Both of them do not affect me as much.
That must be useful.
Interesting.
It's useful when living in the desert.
Well, yep, I'll get to work on that. Yeah, Vigil, do you want to just buy some stuff, like cold weather supplies, like general supplies, maybe?
Potions on hand may be useful. Emergency situations.
Don't we have a bunch of those?
An idea, perhaps. If we do not have the capability to produce fire, we should still bring the components for it in case it returns when we are out.
Oh no, I've got.
You have a tinderbox on you.
I mean, what? I can just make fire.
Yeah, Soren's a fire wizard. I'm not sure where this is going.
Well, we should prepare in case the eventuality comes where fire magic does not return, but the sun does. Or we should prepare for other eventualities.
That's interesting.
We have no idea if it will return fully, or what form it will return as.
That's not a horrible idea. Yeah, sure. Bring some tools to make fire.
Or you'll...
Not like you need it, but fine, I guess. I've got a bunch of spells to copy into my spell book. I actually did some research and got interrupted with the arrival of Tashkar. So
I don't know how this place works, but Soren, is it possible we could ask for some funds or supplies from the obelisk? Like, I don't know. We're going on an expedition. Do you have any healing potions to give us?
I mean, I've got 3 of them, but I think there's an alchemist lab and there's an herbalist lab up in the tower. Soren does like this vague gesture with his hand because he's like routing the. But they might have something, actually.
Do the people that run that, do they like you?
Yeah, no, I used to run the place when I was
Perfect.
When I was a student here, I
Stop.
used to help run the labs.
Just stop by and see if they can offer any assistance, maybe, huh?
We'll see if they have anything. I might be able to make us something as well. So now that I've actually got proper equipment here. So, but they do take a while. Healing potions, they need to brew. So
I cannot think of much else. We should bring cold weather clothing as well, just in case, for all of us, in case other eventualities occur. I'm thinking in terms of... Correct me if I am wrong, Soren, but if one element goes out of balance, others are likely to follow.
they're pretty interconnected, right, Owen?
Sorry.
The elements, if one's out of balance, the others are going to be like...
Yeah.
They are interconnected, yeah, so it's likely that
should-
we're going to have some inclement weather.
We should prepare for worst circumstances. In that
Waterproofing.
case, waterproofing, cold proofing, habitats in which to actually camp and stay that will stay secure.
Soren, I probably don't have to say this, but you're going to have water breathing prepared, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good.
That and control water, actually. So, real nice of him
Yeah,
to give us
I
that
did-
scroll.
I explained to you that I talked to the captain that maybe you want to try controlling water to speed the boat up or something.
No, it's only for like 10 minutes. It's not going to help. I mean, it could, but it's a pretty...
But they did it on that show, Critical Role.
They use control winds for that, I think.
Maybe you're right. They used control water at least one point, but it might have been in a ship battle.
Well, they sink a boat, but
Oh, yeah.
you just flip.
Bloop. Matt was pretty hecked up about that.
Pretty salty.
Yeah.
Let's be
I would
honest.
be too. He had this great
Exactly.
encounter plan. Anyway. Right, but no, I'll bring
Okay.
water
See.
spells and whatnot.
Okay.
This is
Alright.
why I want to run 50 fathoms, because then every encounter is a ship the ship can counter with magic.
So,
Don't bring wizards on boats, it's bad luck.
So do we need to
Law of the
actually
sea.
like go through shopping, or can we just say what we get and
Say what you get.
Alright. Well, so... Alright, hang on. I'm gonna... Have you still got the group... Who's got the group inventory as a character sheet? Because I remember somebody had...
Me.
that would be you? Yeah.
Okay. Stuff we need. Cold weather clothing for all of us.
Yep.
Various healing pots if we can get hold of various potions and shit. Cold weather camping shit, because it will be different than normal camping stuff, because you'll need to actually prep for the freezing.
Sure.
Vigil's so-called fire prepared thing. Just him being paranoid.
Extra food.
We already have a lot of camping stuff
Yeah, we
from the
do.
jungle,
An
so
ice pick might not be a bad idea.
I like it.
Those things you use to walk in snow. What are they called? They're like little spiky
Snowshoes?
things. No, spiky things. Spiky things.
Oh,
with
I know
the-
what you mean, yeah.
Crampon.
Crampons go on your feet.
They're like
Yeah, I know what
they're
you
like
mean.
ski poles, but not.
Yeah, I
Poles.
know what you mean, yeah.
I'm not sure they have a name beside walking sticks.
Ice spiky
Those.
things.
Oh, those. We used to call them very rude things in Scouts.
I'm sure.
Great.
We judged people that used them. Because going for the man, someone with sticks is like, bah, look at them using sticks.
Interesting.
I think we were secretly jealous of them.
Oh, we should ask. This is a random one and probably unlikely. We should ask if they have anything that is a deterrent to wildlife. Because if we're out in the fucking shitty snowland, and like we don't want to get like ambushed by wolves every fucking night. So if we have anything that we can use to deter them,
I think isn't it just called building a fire? Oh wait.
Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking currently.
Well, there's
It's not a bad idea to ask, but I'm also not too worried about animals. Aren't we going to the city?
we are going to the city, so I mean, if we end up beneath them somehow.
Yeah, visual plan for an expedition to a city for now. If we need to end up going to the wilderness, then we can stock up there.
Right.
Very well.
Yeah, we have some things left over. I bought 3 healing potions and a pouch of 1 greater healing.
It's not a bad idea. Hell, what if we shipwreck again? I'm just saying, don't
Don't
over
remind me.
prepare.
Don't plan for failure. Yes.
Yes. Well,
Vigil,
yes, sure.
actually I've got something for you that I found.
What?
I can't use this. It's in the Divine Tongue, and I don't know if you can, but I'm gonna hand you a scroll of Raised Dead.
Juicy.
Vigil looks it over. Oh, what the fuck do I see, my man? Is this something I can use?
Yeah, it's on the paladin spell list.
I'm just making sure. Like, would Vigil recognize it as such?
As a paladin, you are fluent in to some degree with the old language, the divine tongue, the script of creation.
I can't. I'm not. So.
So you can decipher its magic, and yes, it is a scroll of raised dead.
To cast that,
You are aware of what this is.
I am. I can't use it. I'm an arcane caster, and that's in the old language. I can't read it.
Check if 15 or above, isn't it?
yeah, 15
Plus-
for that scroll with your
yeah.
spellcasting abilities.
I can
with
give you
charisma.
advantage on that, by the way.
Can you? It's not int.
It's not in. It's Wiz, or is it?
Well, it's
I use charisma.
Oh, then never mind. I can't.
Paladino.
Well, it's worth a shot.
It's contingency.
Well, this is potentially a chance to revive one of us should one of us fall.
I mean, it's about 100 years old, and I found it behind a bookshelf, so you know.
Apparently, there is a Arcana check required to copy spells from scroll, which I didn't realize.
Oh,
Fair.
well.
Mm-hmm.
There we are.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
I suppose
I
it makes
will-
sense why wizards don't just spam spell scrolls at each other.
Yeah. I cannot comprehend. I have the small brain.
Well, either way, when you copy from a scroll, the scroll is destroyed. But if you fail, you don't even copy it.
Anyway, it's just
Pretty risky.
just in case. One of the
Good
cats
find.
found it. Well, one of the cats gave it to me, sort of. So.
Alright, Soren, give me all your ink-related stuff. I'm gonna get to work. I'm gonna take a long time doing this to make sure it looks right.
Soren reaches into his bag and pulls out this truly beautiful set of inks. Like arcane inks, regular inks in a bunch of different colors, beautiful quills, just sets it down gently in front of you. Please take care of this. Don't mix them. If you want to mix the inks, use the little tray on the inside on the left. There's a little sponge that you can dab your quills off on and make sure you sand it when you're done. Alright?
Like with sand?
Yeah, there's some powder in there that you spread on the ink to make sure that it doesn't bleed when you dry it.
Uh-huh.
The paper
Okay.
that you're using, you're going to not want to use the black on the far left. That one bleeds really badly. But the one next to it, that charcoal grey, you can add a little bit of the powder in the small tin on the... And this goes on for about 10 minutes before
You-
Soren just looks at you and goes, You'll
You see
figure it out."
gears in my head turning, and then I'm like, hey, Owen, what kind of check would it be to, forge a document?
It would be a forgery kit check.
What kind of stab would it use?
You could make an argument for several.
Could I make an argument for Soren knows inks better than me? Could Soren do the writing while I just tell him what to write?
Yeah.
Would that help?
Okay
Would we
with
be
that.
better
Okay.
together?
I
have gorgeous handwriting in character, so,
I'm not against it.
I have a book. I have proficiency in bookbinding kits, so that's like making books, writing, that kind of thing.
Soren, these are all very specific instructions.
Right.
Why don't you just write it, and I'll tell you what to write?
Well, I've never forged documents before, but I'm good at spell scrolls. You know, you see my spell book.
I have.
So, yeah, no, that makes sense. All right, tell me what to write.
Well, we'll work on it together.
Okay.
Over the course of the next day, and like I said, I want to make it real good. So, if there was such a mechanic as taking 20, but
I like that mechanic a lot, actually. I'm just
So-
like, we're just gonna take our time on this and actually do it right.
It will be an intelligence check
From me or him?
from Enzo.
I will give him advantage on it.
He would have had advantage from your assistance anyway,
Oh, all right. Well,
but by all means.
I never get to use this.
Fine, Vigil will do some research. You can give Vigil advantage by flicking him in the head repeatedly.
No, I have a thing that lets me give you
yeah.
Scholar's
Knowledge,
Mind.
intelligence, or some
Yeah,
shit.
I can give
Is
you
that
advantage
is
on
that homebrew or
intelligence
is it a Theurge thing?
checks. No, it's
It's
a homebrew.
it's a homebrew channel divinity used on the Theurge.
Yep.
Okay, so you want me on an int check with advantage. I'm not proficient with a forgery kit, so just be int.
Yes. Do you have a forgery kit?
Hey, Soren, I'll get back to you. I have some shopping to do.
Oh, all right. I mean, we got all this ink and
Also,
stuff.
I might need to borrow 100 gold.
Yeah, fine. Here, I just shove it towards you. Gets me down to 410.
You, as I put it into my coin purse, you get the impression that it is worryingly empty.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Interesting.
Cool. So, components of a forgery kit. Forgery kit includes several different types of ink, variety of parchments and papers, several quills and seals and sealing wax, gold on letter, gold and silver leaf, and small tools to sculpt melted wax to mimic a seal. I would
have a
say you could get a forgery kit for half price because you don't need all of the components. Soren's gear does cover for half of that.
I actually looked at my inventory and I do have a forgery kit.
Oh, okay.
I bought one earlier for exactly this purpose.
Oh, right,
Before
fair
going
enough.
into gold.
Okay.
Cool. Enzo gets out his forgery kit, slaps it on the table. Soren whips out his bigger forgery kit, slash bookbinding supplies, and slaps it on the table.
Do you give Soren his money back?
So now that I have the forgery kit, just an int roll with advantage.
Enzo walks out. I need to buy a forgery kit. Walks in 5 minutes later with a forgery kit. Oh, look, I bought this brand new, spanking shiny forgery kit.
Yeah, it took all 100 gold.
That's fine.
Uh,
I don't care.
Different Enzo might have done that.
All right.
So, can you make me an intelligence check? And you're not proficient.
I'm not proficient with a forgery kit.
Okay. Can you make me a... Make me a check. So it'd be intelligence
With advantage.
with advantage.
And we are taking, I will basically spend like a full work day, like 8 hours on it. Ooh, that's a 12. The advantage helped.
Okay. Yeah, as part of a long rest, I think you can make a document of up to 4 pages. So, yeah. Okay. Well, so the DC to identify it should someone check as a forged document is 12.
Great.
Solid.
It's better than 5.
It gets us in the door, like I said. After that point, don't matter.
I mean, maybe.
Having this creepy tense music on
Oh, I can't
for
hear it.
too
Sorry.
long gives me...
The willies.
I need like to make a playlist of like just nice ambient stuff.
What kind of mood are you going for right now? I can do it.
Maybe. I mean, how are you guys feeling going into this?
No adventure. Let's do this.
Do you just want here? Do you want ambient Skyrim music? I can do that.
Sure. Something a little bit less
Ominous.
Ominous.
grinding down my will to live.
That works. Oh, whoops!
Come on. The shadow.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have. So what was it you were going to shop for? Your forged letter is done.
And the letter, yeah, let's let Vigil go while I figure out what's actually in the letter.
Yep. So I mean, plus Vigil's actually got like money, so Vigil will go shopping for the group in this case. So winter clothes. I'll just yell things at you. You tell me a total price, yeah.
I regret packing my D&D books earlier.
If you want, we can just fucking eyeball
Yeah.
it. You just let me know if they have it or not, yeah.
Yeah. They will have winter clothes available.
Okay. Potions of various kinds. Vigil's looking for anything they have spare.
Okay.
He figures because this is a place of, arcane bullshit. He's gonna be.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be a gold per set of. I'll say winter clothes. So we're talking like full heavy duty winter clothes. We'll say 5 gold a pop.
Cool. All right, so 15 GP for clothes.
That's including basic equipment, like shoes that can deal with snow and ice to some degree.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the clothes. Yes. Potions of various kind.
Yeah, just potions and gubbins. We can roll back around to those if you want, because those are probably going to be the most time-consuming part.
That's okay. Yeah, we'll come back. Okay, we'll come back
yeah.
to potions.
Pickaxe, ice pick, whatever. Whatever the equivalent would be.
2 gold
1 or
pieces.
2. Alright, I'll buy 2. 4 GP.
Okay.
Sick. Basically making sure that... Basically, sprucing up our additional camping gear to make sure it can resist cold. So that it actually works in the cold.
I'd say 10 gold in total.
Sick. I'll put camp upgrade. There's that one.
That
There
upgrade
is-
is so camp.
There
Yeah.
is a luxury version available for an additional 25 gold.
Luxury version including what? Oh, tell me the optional extras.
Well, instead
Sell
of
me,
like,
businessman. No, I'm fucking you.
this extra comforts, quality of life upgrades.
Nah,
Pro
fuck that.
It's Vigil. He wouldn't at
We
all
rough it,
ever
nope.
go there.
Does it work? No. Okay, fine. I guess everything is that. Oh yeah, Vigil's emergency fire thing.
The tinderbox and shit.
Yeah, tinderbox,
Yeah,
shit like that. Flasks of oil, bullshit like that.
Yeah, tinderbox is 5 silver pieces, and oil is 1 silver piece a flask. So 5 flasks of oil and a tinderbox sets you back a gold.
Yep, easy. 1 GP, fire kit. Is that everything, guys?
Yeah. As far as I can tell.
Alright, cool. Yeah. Potions and gubbins now then.
Yep.
Vigil's also going to ask for a refill on peppers if they have any. It's cold out, he likes peppers. Who knows? Maybe they have them. Without potions, we're sitting on 30 gold, which is nice and easy.
They have a. Roll me 3d20.
Alright, my favourites. 3d20. Yeet. 35.
Okay. They have a potion of gaseous form.
Sick. Can't wait to get blown away.
That is
Going after the Ericon.
an amount of money.
Yep.
They have a potion of cold resistance.
Sick. Exactly what we're after.
And
Well. It'll last like an hour or something.
Oh, it'd be better if we get through extreme bullshit. Vigil's the one who's
Sure.
resistance to cold.
When we run into the inevitable white dragon fight, or frost worm or something.
Purple worm.
There's like 3 monsters for Arctic Adventures in the monster manual.
I am so glad that I took fucking Fiendish Resilience. Resistance
Yeah.
to fire, cold, and poison, baby. Yeah.
Fun.
I am Rasputin.
Oh.
Ra ra Vigil.
B.
Potion of climbing.
Climbing. What in the sweet fuck does that do? Does it give me advantage on athletics
You
checks to
get
climb?
a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour.
What? Hi, I can scale a cliff. Alright.
Hey, look, I've been running to Annihilation, and let me tell you, DC 8 athletics checks are 1, surprisingly easy to fail, and 2, a 30-foot cliff can be a hell of an impediment in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
It
I believe it. Fair enough.
during this time, you also get advantage on all athletics checks you make to climb.
Okay, figured. Alright, how much does sent me back? Vigil's gonna buy all of them. They all seem useful.
They might get expensive.
I have a lot of money to burn, don't you worry. And Enzo owes me 600 anyway.
So
Yeah, right. Paying that back any moment, buddy.
No, don't you worry, Vigil thinks you are. That's the important part. Vigil knows you're not a man of your word, but he knows you won't dare betray him, hopefully.
So the potion of gaseous form is 300 gold.
Okay,
The potion of climbing is 180 gold.
right.
And the potion of cold resistance is 300 gold.
Okay, fuck the gaseous form.
Okay.
I'll take the cold res. How long's the cold res one last, and how many uses do we get? 1 use, and...
I think they're both 1 use and potion of resistance. You are resistance to 1 damage type for an hour.
It's a lot of money for...
I would say the alchemist is willing to spend a day diluting it down so that it can help resist cold conditions but would not affect direct cold damage. So it wouldn't help if you got shot with an ice blast, but dealing with tundra-like environments.
Can I make a persuasion check for him to... Is it possible to make it, like, instead of, it's a potion of resistance, right?
Yep.
Is it possible for him to just narrow it down to just cold? So it's only got one purpose, and then cheapen the price, potentially?
Well, that's what a potion of resistance is of 1 damage type.
Oh, right, I thought it was just potion of resistance, you choose it.
So it's
Alright,
a potion of cold resistance.
Alright, sick. What do you think's more useful? Probably the weather part, yeah?
Yeah, because I have no
Yeah.
con save.
Resistance weather. Yeah, sure. Altogether, that sets me back 510 gold.
Okay.
Leaves me at 672.
Yeah. You'll have to come back at the end of the next day to pick it up.
Yep.
And I managed to dilute it down into 4 potions of cold weather resistance.
Sick. There you go. I made a list in the group chat to keep track of this shit. Just to make sure. Soren has a broom. I'm strong. We give that to Enzo if you can't climb. Easy.
Alright.
Cold resistance weather. What does that mean? Cold resistance, comma weather.
It
It's
only
just-
works on the weather effects. Like no like ice resistance. It's just for like cold weather effects basically.
Damn, for 300? That's pretty. Okay.
Well, there's 4 bottles of it though, so
Oh, like 300 gold for 4 of them.
yeah, 400
Okay, that's-
specifically to resist
They
cold
had,
weather.
there was a potion of cold damage resistance that was diluted into the 4 doses.
I like it. Yeah, no, that's pretty good price. I was
Yeah.
just like 300 gold for a potion when it costs like 5 gold to buy a coat. You know.
Well, you know, he's Vigil's not a fool. Well, he is a fool in some aspects, but you know.
I like to think that magic isn't necessarily like it's almost never the actual practical way of dealing with the situation. It's just
That's true.
it's like you could wear winter clothes, or you could walk through that tundra in nothing but a loincloth, glugging potions, looking fly.
Alright, I'm gonna list all this shit down in Vigil's inventory. Apart from the camp upgrade, which we can just say we have. And Vigil will actually probably give the potions of cold resistance 2 each to you two.
Okay.
You don't need them.
Thank you. So.
So you two put down 2 potions of cold weather resistance.
Does it only work against cold weather? Does it work against hot weather?
Cold weather.
It works. It's on cold weather, unfortunately.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to check.
And Vigil will offer the potion of climbing to Enzo as well.
Thank you.
Soren has a broom and I
Honestly-
can climb.
Alright.
Yeah, but I can teleport. Are you sure you don't want it? I'm usually more nimble than you.
We'll figure it out. Got a week on the boat to talk about it.
Let's Rochambeau for it.
What?
The fuck is
Menu
that?
vision. It's where we roll a d20 and I mean, seriously though, do you want it or I'll take it if not?
I'll keep a hold of it for now.
Okay, I take it. Also, I'm out of space in my consumables list in my inventory, so save me the trouble.
Okay, fair enough. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. So, Vigil's practical paranoia may pay off.
Right.
All right. If you're
Let's
are
roll.
you done there?
Oh yeah, I'm done, yeah.
Okay, and I'm guessing you hand out the cold weather clothes too, which I will write down.
It looks exactly like the cold weather kit from Monster Hunter Iceborne. It's fucking sick.
Cold weather clothes. I figured out what I'm gonna put in the letter. Spoiler: it's not that different from our cover when we went to Kavol, because that was, I think, fairly effective. Basically, I'm gonna say keep the like as close to the truth as possible. We're a collection of investigators from various places, a task force charged by multiple city-states to investigate solutions for how to solve the storm above the Hadronian Rift. Soren Ashmere is a Tessic wizard, so you don't have to change anything, just leave out the part where you're from the obelisk. I am a Spadian arcane investigator. And I say, and I will stay as Enzo for a while, though Nikolai might be useful once we're there.
Alright.
And Vigil, you are just an Aconite mercenary hired to guard and protect us. It's more or less, yeah, the best I thought of you, I think.
It's believable, I suppose.
Don't think this means you're not allowed to talk. We're a task force. We're all of equal rank.
Of course. I'll be providing the out-of-the-box advice to 2 smart people.
Sure,
Vigil
but
just smiles a
that
little
gets us in the door. These signatures are from. I basically signed it with. Well, Soren signed it, but you know what I mean. I told him to sign it with 3 names. We'll say the mayor of Spadia, whose name I do not know. Someone from Tessel, I'll ask Soren who a name there would be. And for Makun, I looked through my notes. Maybe maybe like the Periton seat or something like that. Like a minor seat that would be like, oh, okay.
Would the temple? Oh, excuse me. Would the Temple of the Ashen Lady have enough sway anywhere but to sell to be like, hey, we're gonna send people out to fix this because. No. Okay, you're muted.
The letter is short and just says. We'll say the letter's from Akun and it's like co-signed by the Tessel and Spadia people.
Hmm.
It says like we're in possession of the water lexicon, and we've determined that to close the Hydronian rift, these investigators have full right to ask around, and they have our approval. Blah blah blah.
Well, they don't have the water lexicon. They have the cradle for the water lexicon. They have the thing.
Yeah,
that
you're right.
contains
I
it.
guess it'll say, "Good thing we have 8 hours to write this letter."
Oh, don't we
Yeah.
need to go get that?
Well, that's why we're getting the air lexicon,
Right,
because
but
the
when
water
we
lexicon's probably in the rift.
right, but once we get the water lexicon, we need something to contain it.
That's a problem for future Enzo and Soren.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll say Akuna's been doing an investigation into the water lexicon, which they believe was causing the Wailing Seas, and to do that, they believe, the air lexicon is involved.
All right.
And then we show up and give us our information.
Me being a mercenary also gives me the excuse to look like a fucking armory, which I am.
Yeah. Right.
It's actually his weapon count is fucking great. It's fucking 1 long sword, 1 axe, 1 dagger, 1 great sword, a longbow, 40 arrows, 10 obsidian hand axes, and now an ice pick, just to boot.
All right. Do we have everything?
I think we're ready.
Yeah,
Fucking another boat.
I'm not thrilled about this either.
I think I'd be
I
used
can give you something to make the journey easier if you want.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, zombie. I have Cavoli marching powder. I have Stardim.
What on?
No.
Did-
Thank you.
No,
How on
just-
earth did you? Vigil looks vaguely offended.
Oh, did you want some?
No, I do not want some. What? What on? Vigil looks somehow vaguely offended and shocked.
I don't know. I found a guy. They're making it here. Students have to stay up all night and study sometimes, and
I am both.
I knew a necromancer named Winifred who once took too much Cavoli marching powder. Had to pull him off the ceiling. Anyway.
Just,
Would
I
Glenn
don't know whether to be.
come back with me, I guess, at some point?
I tried a lot 2 days ago. It wasn't.
I left him with Tajikar, but I guess he would have found his way home.
If you ask him to come back to you, he will.
If he wants to. I don't know if he wants to stay.
Oh, he very much does.
He wants to
Not
stay
want
here?
stay. No, he wants to go with you.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll call him back.
He finds being around Tajikar uncomfortable.
That's weird. I wonder why.
Gee, I wonder why. Future with.
So, yeah, putting things into bags of folding.
We get a night's sleep, and then in the
Mhm.
morning, not Tajikar, Tassa 2, Electric Boogaloo time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's go.
it's a me, Enzo.
The night comes, passes.
Oh shit. I send Altus a message.
Saying,
Keep
What's
an
up,
eye out.
bitch?
Keep an eye out for Kintir when it gets dark.
okay. The night comes as much as it can. The only marker are the moons that you'd expect to see in the night sky are high, whereas in the day, the others are visible. It is as close to morning as you can get. Hours have passed since you slept. Making your way down,
Town.
you find a a jury rig of initially steps that climb down the side of the city, and that becomes a jury rig of rope ladders, tensors, floating discs, and various other arcanely adapted scaffolding that kind of leads from the underside down the underside of the rock to its base, where you see, literally suspended by rope and chain, a ship floating out of the water.
Spooky.
Yikes.
Vigil sees an inefficient knot and makes it more efficient.
And everything
And the
falls
title-
into the sea.
No.
And then the title card says Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest.
The real question is, who's Jack Sparrow in this situation?
And so,
You do.
Actually, yeah. Do I even
Why do you
have to ask? Yeah. But you have heard of me.
right.
Vigilus Barbosa.
Does that make me
Oh, this is too chaotic.
fucking...
I'm totally that prick from the mainland.
So there's a boat.
There's always a boat. As far as the Caribbean. Don't you know
Let's get on
this?
the boat. Should I put on the ship ambience?
Sure.
Is the ship Pirates of the Caribbean thing? Because I think so. We're gonna get muted.
Please don't.
No. It's just ship ambience.
You make your way down and across, and you can see there are robed figures that are scurrying around the deck. Every now and then there's a flash of magic, and you can see the crew quite nervously readying it.
Well, being up in the riggings is one thing. Be up in the riggings while you're sort of floating 60 feet above the sea is something else. And yeah, you are greeted. The ship is lit by the alchemical concoctions that the wizards have created, and a small handful of. At the head, there seems to be what looks like a kind of a large bioluminescent crystal hanging from the figurehead of the ship. And yeah, make your way down. It's thankfully they've kind of gone overkill on the ropes, so it's a pain to get through, but it's safe.
Mm-hmm.
You get onto the deck of the ship, and Captain Swallow Delmio once again welcomes you aboard. And it's almost like we're back where we started.
Oh no.
I have the worst feeling of deja vu.
I have the best feeling.
If we get attacked by a Leviathan again, this time I'm going to let it eat,
Wonderful.
so I can kill it from the inside.
I'm with you, Vigil, all the way.
I'm
I hope not all the way.
You can head below decks to take your cabins. There are some small bunks we've kept aside for you. We shall be setting sails shortly. They plan. Sorry.
Go ahead. There you go.
He's just saying they're planning. He explains that they're planning on dropping the ship into the sea in as controlled a manner as possible.
As controlled, okay. Enzo uses cunning action to run downstairs so he can grab the best room before the others get there.
You get there
Vigil.
first.
Vigil walks because he's not a bellend.
Soren will take whatever's left, I guess.
Glimmer flies ahead and will threaten to poop on the handle of a door if Soren doesn't get that nice room. It's not the nicest one. Enzo gets there first, but
Yeah, I get the one that has a small window.
yeah.
Does mine have a window?
Roll me a dice.
I
What
mean,
kind?
if everything outside is darkness, I guess a window doesn't.
Look. You gotta have somewhere to puke.
Moonlight still.
1D what, Ellen?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is there
Hey.
moonlight?
As long as it's an even number.
2.
Oh, and is there still moonlight?
Yep, the other moons do emit very
Interesting.
dim light. So you can see, and they're kind of, because each moon is very much a separate color, you've got this kind of quite beautiful where the light is coming through the clouds above, almost rainbow-hued, rippling across the ocean wave tops.
Keep forgetting that we're in eternal night mode.
Is this like paradoxically brighter than supposed daytime right now?
No, the other moons emit nowhere near as much light as the sun.
Okay.
Um,
No, but I mean, like, currently, like, whatever would pass as day currently, this is brighter than that because now we have moonlight, presumably.
Well,
What?
this
no,
is the light.
Huh?
This is the light all day now. Is the moonlight?
All right, fair.
so I don't quite follow the.
Sorry.
No
Can we
worries.
see the world map again, Owen?
Yeah, it's I need to update this map. I've been saying it for literally months now, but
It's one of those things, yeah.
Owen, just quit your job and do this 80 hours a week.
80?
oh my god.
Intense.
We're
Alright.
like here somewhere.
Further to the east.
Here, south of Silspadia. Here.
Yeah, southeast, kind of a ways out to the sea.
Okay.
It's going to be about a week and a half.
Hmm.
Fun.
So I estimated. Thankfully, he's noticed pretty persistent winds from east to west coming from the rift towards the mainland. So he should be able to catch those and gain some speed.
Where
Hell
roughly is the
yeah.
rift? I know this map is screwed, but
Pretty much kind of parallel to the coast, but a voyage out.
so like this
Lirac,
way?
yeah, Lirac is far, far to the east, and the rift divides the two continents from each other.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason the rift was closer to
Oh,
us.
so it's like over here somewhere.
It's
Yeah.
I need to do an updated version of the map where it all makes a bit more sense. Imagine it was a bit more vertical
Okay.
and less horizontally spread out.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's sail.
Sail.
I hate all
Cat
of you.
jumps off the balcony.
You started.
No.
So, yeah, it's Enzo. You do have the nicest room. By a quirk of the ship's design, it's actually about 50% larger than the other two.
It's
Kinda got-
it's like
A strange nook around the corner that it just ended up being a part of this bunk.
nice.
And yeah, it's probably a nicer ship than the Tassa, all in all. Looks to be a more modern design, a bit sleeker, straighter. Some experimental sail rigging that might make it faster. I'm not a super ship person. But yeah, it's a fancy boat. And Sparrow looks quite pleased with it, though. He does seem has that air. It's not his ship, and you can tell. But the time comes. Brylan, Soren's wizarding friend, who has been not necessarily in charge of the repairs, but is the second in command that's actually been left with all the work. Is overseeing the lowering of the ship, using his once per day air genasi levitate to hover around and make sure everything's okay as the chains go down. They are attached by rope to the platforms above. Then they're not just floating around. And yeah, it's a very strange feeling as the ship begins to clunk, 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 lower, lower, and lower. As the chains and ropes slowly move down and down and down. As the light of the ship leaves the underside of the rock above, and the rock is this dark, almost oily-looking black basalt that is worn with age and weather. Still sharp and craggy in places where kind of holes have burrowed into the cliff face. The three of you, but especially Soren, notice as the light leaves the underside of the rock from one of these craggy openings in the underbelly. Two cat-like eyes, just watching from its depth. And a cat-like smile, watching in curiosity as the ship is lowered.
So we all say this, yeah?
It's like
Yeah,
the
you
Cheshire
would-
Cat grin, just in the
Yeah.
darkness.
What's perhaps concerning to Soren, all three of you do notice this, is you realise that they have come out from this crevice. And it's hard to tell against the black basalt, but it looks like the shadows kind of pooled out against the rock. And there's about a 10-foot wide circle of just darkness, marking the underside as the ship is lowered.
Interesting.
Thoughts of what that might be are immediately complicated by the sudden of a wave slamming into the underside of the ship. Everyone on deck goes, whoa, thrown to the side, and then another wave thrown to the other side as the ship begins to swing on the chains before rapidly there is a huge upwash of water splashing all around. Soren, you fall over and bang your head to take 3 hit points.
Ow.
Vigil, you're grand. You remember to kind of hold a slightly bent knee, locked posture, and take it.
Yeah.
If mine was a deck save, it was a whole 8. Otherwise, it's a 4.
You are thrown and almost washed off the side. Thankfully, you are stopped by the thick, corded, muscled arm of One Eye. Who is you hit the railings on the side, just slipping through. You're trying to reach out and grasp onto something, and his hand just
Oh,
grabs your
you
arm.
know what? I'm going downstairs. Not like there's much to see with all the darkness anyway.
He pulls you up. Thankfully, if you're going to go overboard while the ship is stationary, is probably the best time. But
Sure, thankfully I also have 2 ways to teleport, so I'm not
Fair.
too worried.
you watch as you swear the city gets slightly further away as it kind of rises up from the ocean, just slightly. And yeah, the ship is left standing. Sails begin to be unfurled. Swallow recommends you go below deck as the seas are still pretty rough here. And you can see, looking off to the east, distant and constant flashes of lightning on the horizon.
Woof.
And they go as north and south as you can see.
Cool. So, I have a question based on this map. Is the first nest above land or above water?
It is above land, though it is
Oh.
also going to move. It does not maintain one location.
Well, that explains it. So we can sail part of the way there, but then probably walking or something will be
Yeah.
involved.
There are settlements on the coast that you are aware of.
Right.
You'll be aware that they tend to get semi-regular postings of where the cities actually are. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you know.
I take it back, Vigil, for making fun of you for getting cold weather supplies. I realized we'd be walking.
So the journey begins.
Yeah. I want this music right now.
Yeah. The first day, perhaps getting used, rediscovering your sea legs, as the ship crashes through the high waves, heading ever westward at quite a pace. It's strange. The food is not great. The lack of fire meaning that they are essentially have the pot of stew that they keep adding to, that is warmed through more chemical reactions that the wizards have provided. It's not good. It doesn't really so much cook the food, it's just about boil it into a gruel.
Is vigil food better?
Vigil food is better.
Okay, vigil makes vigil food.
Oh,
Okay.
if Vigil's food's better, that's a pretty low bar.
Oh yeah. Hope you enjoy hardtack.
It slipped my mind. But over the week and a half, if each of you could, I forget what that tool was, Lucy, that you described for travel time.
What? My exact answer to that?
Some sort of downtime mechanic?
Sort of a downtime thing.
Oh,
of
the downtime
players-
learning mechanic.
No, not downtime learning. Describing scenes, small moments that occur during
Yeah,
the travel.
small vignettes. You describe one action that you would like to take over the period, and then, like, you would like to do, like, say, during a 3 days travel time, Shay would like to learn
Mm-hmm.
basic tuath from somebody. Here's a little scene of how it plays out. That kind of
Gotcha.
thing.
Downtime Abbey.
Yeah. Downtime Abbey. Let's take a walk into
Nice.
Downtime Abbey and avoid all the period
Cool.
dress, please.
On the second day, I don't know. Thoroughly, Rune, describe a small moment that occurs between Soren and Vigil on the second day of the voyage. I'm gonna say, Rune, you get to describe its start. Lucy, you get to describe its conclusion.
Oh shit, okay. I like this. Improv. Hell yeah.
Actually,
I'm down.
Soren will, since the fire's out, Soren will approach Vigil. That's actually something I forgot to ask to buy. I'm sorry. But approach him and say, do you think you could maybe teach me how to use a weapon of some kind? I mean, I'm alright. I'm alright shot with a crossbow, but not. When things get close to me, tend to get a little bit hairy.
You want training in a martial weapon?
I mean, I don't think I can actually even lift one, but
Right. But every person can use a dagger.
or a rapier maybe. I don't know. Is that what they're called? The long, thin swords. They're kind of whippy.
Long, pointy thing, yes. Crossguard, you're meant to use it as a fencing weapon, it's meant to pierce, meant to find holes in armor.
So, yeah. You think you could teach me how to use one of those?
I don't have one to hand, but I'm sure I can get a hold of one.
Is there a rapier on the ship somewhere?
You could have retroactively
Yeah.
purchased
Yeah,
one.
I'll buy one.
That's-
Is there a
Yeah.
rapier on a ship full of sailors? Come on. You each carry 3.
It'd be a cutlass. Come on, dude.
That's true.
Alright.
Yeah.
So you buy a rapier.
I have bought a rapier, so I'm actually going to produce it. It's pretty nice. It's got a blue wrapped handle. It's just steel. It's not anything fancy.
Pass it to me.
Yeah, here. And kind of awkwardly hand it to you by, like, the... I hand it to you handle first, but...
I was about to say, if you handle me blade first.
No, it's
Sorry.
Yes.
Which end do you hold?
What is your intelligence
18.
modifier? 18
Plus
says
four.
plus 4 modifier.
Okay.
It will take 6 weeks of training to be considered proficient in the weapon.
Okay.
Well, it's a downtime activity.
Yeah.
And there's bound to be travel time, so I think it'd be alright.
It would normally cost, you have to pay someone to teach you, but
Mm.
given it's Vigil, I'm assuming Vigil is doing a friend's discount down to 0.
Yeah, probably. Considering it might keep us alive. Alright. Well. I hadn't expected this, and this is hardly an ideal training ground. Weapon is fairly well balanced, decent condition.
I bought it in Skyward Reach.
And you can wield it. The weight is not too.
No, it's... I asked for something for somebody with puny wrists.
It's exactly what you have. Right. Well. Well, if we're going to do this, you're going to listen to me, first of all, in terms of how we're doing this.
Yeah, alright.
Which means no wandering off in the middle of something to go and do a spell, or pay attention to glimmer, or throw up out of a window. I'm presuming you can at least try to ring that in.
Well,
At least the
Glimmer's
vomiting
up
part.
on the mast, keeping an eye out, and I don't have anything else to do, so...
Well, we can certainly try.
Right.
So,
Hmm.
Lucy,
Mm-hmm.
Soren begins training with Vigil.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Anton, if you could give me a complication.
Oh no.
A
Perfect.
complication?
Yeah.
A storm hits and Soren slips and starts sliding off the. It hits a wave and we got a Soren almost falling overboard.
Okay. Lucy, how does it resolve?
I could think of something amusing.
Ooh,
I've got an idea. So Soren starts slipping when, he's got the rapier in hand. Sliding down towards the back of the ship, if you're alright with this, Rune.
Mhm.
Yeah. As you slip, there's a big wave, and the ship's, tilting, a fairly uncomfortable degree. You start sliding down, and Vigil just buries the sword in the top of your robe. It catches you from falling. Snags. Vigil holds on at the doorframe. And that is why this isn't an ideal training environment.
Well, it's
Give
not
me your arm.
right, yeah, here.
It grabs him and pulls him back up.
Thanks. That would have been bad. Though,
Indeed.
did learn some new magic. Might help me, not be stuck in places, so,
Mm-hmm. Vigil, once the ship is stable again, Vigil removes the sword from his hand, puts it back in his...
Thanks. Oh, God, mending.
Yeah. He knew you had mending, so... And, I think, end of that, Vigil's like, that's all we'll do progress-wise today. I think another storm will actually send us overboard this time, so we'd best not tempt fate.
Why does everything hurt?
Because you are not used to using your muscles. The arcane in your mind was your muscle, now you are using your actual ones.
Every
For
inch
the
of my arm
record.
hurts. What?
Okay. Don't mind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, okay. It's fine. That's all Soren had to say. He's just bitching.
Yeah.
Just, ow.
Okay. On a slightly damaged robe. I just wanted to say the thing that the fact we have cameras we could put on ships and see what it's like for a ship to be in a storm at sea, I don't like because it's terrifying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When they're like, oh yeah, it's 50-foot tall waves, and you're like,
Yeah.
that what? And then you watch the ships woo, and you're like, oh
Yeah.
my god, no.
I've been on a
No.
catamaran. I've been on a catamaran in the storm. It's awful.
I would
actually
just,
terrible.
No.
It was awful.
Shit. The angle of point of view shouldn't be going more than 60. That's that much movement is no.
It's not good. But yeah, I think
Oh.
that's where Vigil ends it. Just sort of, right, that'll be all.
Okay. On the third day, one of you notices a thing. Let's roll a d3.
Do you have
I'm
decent
looking at
passive?
Discord. 1, 2, 3. Well, Soren, you do notice it. In the water, tailing the ship, is a fin.
Okay.
It's quite large. And the creature, you can see through the water. I mean, in the dim light of moonlight, it's hard to see, but seems to be a splotchy mass of black and white. And it's just tailing the ship.
I'm gonna borrow Glimmer's dark vision for a second.
Okay.
Does it change what I see?
You see it slightly clearer. Seems to be a large aquatic creature, kind of shark-like in silhouette, but big, like 20 feet, if not longer, big.
Wow, alright. I will call the captain over. And Vigil and Enzo, of course.
Enzo's the shark.
Takes off the mask.
Captain, just a moment of your time, please, if you don't mind coming over here.
Yes. Says the helmet. Keep on the bedding.
Um, just point of interest. Don't want to cause a panic or nothing, but look over the railing.
Goes in the back of the ship and looks. Yeah, Orca, I think.
Alright.
Is that a female orc?
No, though I believe they are sacred to the tribes out west.
It was good information. Do they always have the fin, or is that...
Yes, they are not sharks, but equally deadly.
And male orcs don't have them? I'm confused.
Presumably it doesn't intend us harm, otherwise it would have done so by now.
Might just be curious. Or waiting for one of us to fall over.
I could jump in and make friends.
Let's
Not.
I'd rather not lose you so early in the voyage. We'll keep a lookout on it. Make sure it if they get big enough sometimes they try to topple ships. I don't think this one is quite so big. These are creatures that good stories tell of.
If it gets to be a problem,
But-
I can just move it, frankly.
The closer we get to Veritania, the more likely of us encountering such a beastie. We will keep an eye and sharpen our harpoons. Hey, it's not a several 100-foot long giant sea serpent now, is it?
No, it is not.
Or a kraken. Are those real?
Things
They're
come
real,
in-
right?
Come in bottles and give you terrible hangovers.
Well, looks up at the forever night sky. It somehow would not surprise me if Kraken were real.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things, huh? Hey, Captain, have you ever heard of aboleths?
I don't, isn't that a, aconite drink, spirit?
No, they're like monsters, and I start rambling about aboleths. They've under, not that I know a lot.
About halfway through, the captain goes, "Absinthe." I was thinking of absinthe, and then kind of politely removes himself from the conversation.
No, I think
I
that's
just
a
turn to
band,
Soren and
actually.
keep talking.
They are
He's
thinking of
ABBA.
Amaranth.
No, ABBA.
I'm just staring at you blankly as you're rambling about aboleths.
Enzo / Anton, can you roll me a D100, please?
Probably 80% of the information I know about aboleths is false, but sure.
It's fiction. You made it up.
71.
Well, this is why I was having you roll. 71% of your information is false.
Anyway, they live under the water and they keep slaves. And also they put their tentacles in your ears and drill out your brain and eat it.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
How do they keep slaves if they eat their brain?
They're mindless slaves. The tentacles are in the ear holes. And they have these big underwater cities made of wax.
Wax.
That's how they keep it. Yeah, that's how they keep it dry.
Lilithid pops his head over the rail and goes, "It's true, you know," and then disappears.
Bob the elephant.
I roll a 12 to insight Enzo. Do I believe any of what you're saying?
Enzo believes it.
Enzo believes that all of it makes for a good story.
Alright, fair enough.
Enzo doesn't necessarily know the information isn't correct. So,
Alright. I like it.
Well, can't be scarier than a eight-legged cat that likes secrets and lives in the dark.
so
Kinter's an aboleth.
the report comes back the next day that the orca is no longer tailing the ship. I say the next day after your next rest, as days are becoming blurred. Though you are still being tailed. Two smaller and definitely more shark-like fins now tail the ship.
This better not be fucking Sahagwin.
Has anyone been known to use like water creatures to spy on people? I don't know, but the first thing I flashed to is like if you're a druid, you know, or
Ah,
Yeah, there are stories of druids and such. Tales of great sea drakes whose dominion over their lairs are so strong that the animals that live there are at their bent to their will. The Sahuagin that you have encountered have had sharks at their command.
but also maybe they just like riding in the in the
the
wake
wake,
of the
yeah.
boat.
Dolphins do that. That's pretty cool.
If they follow us for like 2 more days, I don't know. Maybe we should check it out. You do have a broom, we could like sweep over them and see.
Yeah, no, I can if you want to go out and have a look at them, but
I don't know what we'd find out, but
I mean, I've got
Yeah.
control water and water breathing, so if we need to actually get them away from the boat, I can do that as well.
Can I specify a downtime activity in these 1.5 weeks?
By all means.
So I come up to Soren and I'm like, hey, remember the last time we went on the boat? I was reading your book for a while.
Right, yeah. Do you
You
want to know the
still up for some collaboration?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want to know, or what can I help you with?
I don't know, just interested how your magic works and how you can actually write new spells. As you know, in my book, I just kind of find new spells.
Right,
It'd be cool to write something down or
make a new one.
make, yeah, you know.
Well, actually, and so I have been thinking about a spell that sort of combines two sort of lower levels, wow, it was even common. Lower circle spells using, I just learned this one called Misty Step and another one called Mirror Image. But I was thinking it would be really interesting if you could combine the two, Misty Step somewhere else, and then have duplicates of yourself run in different directions to kind of throw people off of you. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm not really good with illusion. It's not my thing.
I've been thinking about something like that too, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just saying I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure I have the power to cast it yet.
Well, that's alright. I mean, I can experiment with it if you like.
Sure. I just wanted to, obviously in your presence, have some reads over of your book, see if I can understand anything.
Sure. No, have at it. I slide it
I
over.
show you the fact that earlier I bought a pearl a long time ago in the campaign. I bought a pearl of 100 gold, and I'm like, that thing you do where you identify magic items.
Right.
It seems like an easy place to start.
I could try to
And then
teach you
I
if
just-
you like.
Yeah, I was just like, could you help me understand that spell maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll take a bit, and it's sort of a pain in the ass to copy, but no, we could do that. Don't mind it all.
Although, sort of lore-wise, if you had any illusions, it would make a lot of sense for me to learn by you showing me a spell. Do you have a spell that I know?
Yeah, I've got Misty Step and Mirror Image, and what else? Mage Armor, Shield, Guiding Bolt, Invisibility.
You have invisibility.
Yeah. I
That's a
have
perfect one.
it. Okay.
Let's go over invisibility together because I know it
Okay.
in the language of shadow, whereas you know it in the language of illusion.
Right.
And then maybe Enzo can learn a little bit how to translate from one to the other.
Okay.
And eventually learn some arcane magic or something. Who knows?
Yeah. No, we can. That seems fair. So we'll sit down and work on invisibility together. And I'll try to teach Enzo identify as well, just for kicks.
Yeah. The spell I was thinking of, I was talking to you earlier, is you turn invisible, but like a duplicate of you appears, so you can run away while the fake one stays around.
I think that's called mislead.
Don't know what it's called, but just an idea I had.
No, the some of the illusion wizards at the college actually messed around with that. They're great for pranks.
That sounds awesome.
No, it was fantastic actually. You could just have somebody actually interacting because it's with mislead. I think it's the copy you leave behind is actually almost corporeal, so you can fool people really easily. But it sort of blinds you, so you have to like switch your senses in between them. It's I don't really know how it works. Like I said, not my bag. But
I'd love to try it out. Let's keep working.
yeah, all right. So I've set up a desk area, I guess, in Enzo's cabin because it's bigger.
Sure.
And
I'll
it's
set it
probably
up
a
in
desk.
the area around the corner.
Yeah.
God, I have so much space. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, how do you always end up with a noise?
Cut to Vigil, just ha! Corner of the room.
You're
double-
acting as if Vigil hasn't organized his room. You're a fool.
No, you can. And that's the only way you can get enough room to sleep.
It's
Oh,
fine. Vigil slept in worse.
That is unfortunately true.
so what's the end goal of us working together with this spell? Are we just
I
playing
don't
around? Am I teaching you identify? Just learning how each other's
Roleplay.
magic work? Oh, okay, fair enough.
It says. Yeah, because
Is
your Book of Shadows? Answer?
Sorry? What was the question?
Your Book of Shadows, right?
Yeah, but I don't have there is
Oh,
an
you don't have the ritual
invocation.
book.
There's an invocation where I can learn rituals into my book, but I don't have it.
Right. Fair.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could learn a first level spell as a ritual eventually. But
I will
that's-
add that Soren, even though he's awkward as fuck and kind of can be abrupt with people, he's actually a really like patient teacher, and he doesn't seem to mind going over things repeatedly or explaining things from different angles. This seems to be a strength of his.
Nice.
So
Yeah, no, that's what I do in the week and a half, mainly, I guess.
okay.
I've got if we've got time, I've actually got one last one
Okay.
between me and Enzo to complete the trilogy.
Ooh.
Because we've had me and Soren and Enzo, and now Vigil and Enzo. So this one is actually something I had noted down. Vigil's going to knock on Enzo's door just whenever, presumably at some point. Enzo, are you in?
Sure. Yeah. In for what? Are we robbing someone?
That's not what I meant. Can I come in?
Oh. Yeah, let me just put on pants.
What, you don't. Whatever.
I'm
Vigil-
actually
Vigil
fully
waits.
dressed, but I opened the door 30 seconds later.
Fucking asshole. Alright. Vigil's this man. Vigil steps in, presumably, when you let him in. If he's
Sure.
let in. Says,
Do you have to be allowed to enter like a vampire?
yeah, it's my secret. The V in Vigil doesn't stand for Vigil, it stands for
The
vampire.
V stands for vampire. Those horns are actually your fangs upside down.
Vampire
Exactly.
Hunter V.
So I headbutt you with my horns, I drink your blood. So,
That's probably someone's tiefling OC, let's be honest.
Yeah.
yeah, probably. Blood Hunter somewhere. I have a potentially awkward question for you.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
No, keep going. Go ahead, yeah.
Your history.
Just once, but I was really drunk.
That-
Oh. No, go ahead.
I wanted to ask about your history regarding
Regarding what now?
Kavol.
Ooh. I'm really busy. Is it that time already? I have to work with Soren on some spells, actually. Could you come back in about 9 days?
You mean when we're off the boat and we don't have time?
What? Is so soon?
If you don't want to talk about it, Enzo, that's fine. I was merely curious. Knowing about a different perspective on things may help these days. If it's prying, I will not do so no further.
Fine. Come in.
He nods. Walks in.
I carefully look around the room for, I don't know, scrying sensors, people lurking in corners. If Soren left behind anything, I check that it's not a bug.
Books, papers, a couple of quills,
I burn them all.
a cat.
I burn it.
Two symbols fall down some stairs.
The fire magic's out. You can't. No, there's no cat.
You're
I
in
don't
there.
have a... Been forever since I've like played this character. Alright, it's fine. I'll just lock the door and talk quietly. And he pulls out a deck of cards and starts absent-mindedly shuffling it in his hands as he talks. Kavol. Well, let's see. I was born in Silspadia.
Hmm.
My mother was a tiefling.
Right.
Didn't really know my father at all. Never met him. You know, growing up, there wasn't a lot of tieflings around, so I started to ask questions. Hey ma, why is it just me and you like this around here? And when I was 3 or 4, she didn't answer, but when I started pushing 5 or 6, she explained to me, well, our people are not usually from here, we're from another place. She told me about Kavol.
Hmm.
I was pretty young at the time, but even I could figure out that she never told me what her job was.
Hmm.
We really talked about it. But she was like me, you know, real good at the lying and the disguises.
She with the
That's what I-
peacocks as well.
No. She had friends in the Peacocks. That's how I know some of them. She wasn't with them. That's what I'm saying, is she did something else. And I never really knew what it was until, I suppose, a few weeks ago. Well, I had suspicions, but, you know, no confirmation.
Vigil just sort of pauses for a second. Ah. You believe, as blunt as it sounds, I'm going to just state it. You believe she was with the Inquisition of Cavol, potentially.
I don't know. It's possible she was spying for them. It's possible she was a double agent spying against them. But given what I know and the conversations I had with Corin afterwards, he was her closest friend at the Peacocks. That's my assumption. Anyway, I'm sure you've noticed I only talk about my mother in the past tense.
I have.
When I was 7, the Inquisition came. And took her.
Hmm.
She made me invisible, shoved me in a closet. And then I never saw her again.
Hmm.
Never got any information. The fall of Kavol happened very soon after. As I'm sure you know, information about Kavol became very difficult to come by when almost all of them died all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. I know that firsthand.
So, for 20 years, I just didn't know what happened to her. Inquisition abducted her, Don't know why. Probably something to do with what she did. Don't even know if she was innocent or... Yeah. Anyway. Fast forward to, what, a few weeks ago?
Mhm.
We're in Kavol and we get information about her. She's with this, checking my notes. What's the organization called?
Summit.
Summit. She's with this summit.
She
Implied
is
to
herself.
Yes, implied to still be imprisoned. What we heard of the summit, they're working against Kavol, plotting its downfall. It's one of the things I believe Diligence told us, or someone.
Yeah, she told me of it, but sh- she was with the summit.
I heard it secondhand from someone. That's the information I have.
Hmm.
So, she lived. I'm not
Hmm.
sure if that makes me feel better or worse.
Have you tried to contact her with arcane methods or otherwise?
Yes, but it didn't work.
This feels like a bit of a dick move. Can I insight you?
Certainly.
Sick. There we go. The roll of 16.
I
I'm
might
not gonna beat
fail
that.
that. My deception is not that high. It's a 28.
Yeah. Is it actually possible for me to... Oh, it is. You have to roll
It
really
is.
low, though.
Yeah, but I would have had to roll 6 or less.
Exceptionally low, yeah. Vigil's eyes kind of study you for a minute. Just sort of nods.
Don't know. I tried doing my sending spell, message just didn't get through. Maybe she's like Tajakar is in one of those
Anti-magic
cells
cells
or
as well,
something.
yes. Brought to one with diligence before. Entirely possible. It would make sense as well, given her potential role.
She's alive. Well, you know, I can't say for sure, but the information I have says she's alive, and as soon as we're back to Kavol, I plan to bring down the fucking Ninth Legion. Oh, sorry.
I have no sympathy for the Ninth Legion.
Bring down the Ninth Legion, that's why I've assumed Elusive's identity to try and infiltrate them. And see if I can find her. And see if she... Well... Ooh, I was 7 when I last saw her. I'm 27 now.
Can I ask her name, Enzo?
Adriana D'Angelo.
Owen, can I make any history check to see if that name is at all familiar?
You can.
Alright.
I'm not going to
Yeet.
lie to you.
15.
As you're thinking about the history check, I say I'm not going to lie to you. It's possible the last name is entirely fake. It
What was
just
that?
means of the angels, and look at us.
Hmm. That's true. Vigil actually smirks a little bit. Owen, what did you say?
The 15, the name does seem very Spadian.
Hmm.
So,
She had another name.
Is it in relation to anything I've heard though in past?
No. No, it's just a Spadian name.
and not one that it means anything to you.
Okay. Well-
Soren is flicking through notes. Or rather, Rude is flicking through notes.
Sorry.
You might be thinking of Adriano, which was one of my disguises.
No. She had another name that she was working with. The paperwork that
It wasn't Yonandris Carmela, was it?
Elusive had about the two
Oh.
people we were investigating.
So there's Teresa Warnett and there's Yonandris Carmela.
I think it's Teresa. And I tried, because remember I tried sending a sending to one of them, the one who got mind blanked.
Teresa's the one that got feeble-minded, yes.
Feeble-minded, that's right.
Yeah, Unanimous Carnello got
Is
executed.
that the same person?
It's possible she did... Man. I'd have to look through my notes.
Hold on.
Not sure.
Well,
Did we find out that
Grace
Teresa's maybe?
Fire. Because Elusive has had sketches of the people in her book.
So I'm gonna...
So...
Who do you suspect? Yeah, so here's what we have information. This is entirely OOC. As you did a commune or something, or a divination, and you asked, who do you suspect of working with the summit, and you got Adriana D'Angelo.
Yes.
I think that's the only time we've heard her name.
Journal with 4 iron clasps. Sketches of spies. Might be able to send Teresa. Yeah. Something interesting in the report about Teresa took away target's mind. Wartime magic, feeble mind.
It's possible. Just because it is a female spy we know.
The sending to Teresa failed. And she was a... human? Tranquilix didn't know Teresa Joannat.
It says Teresa Juanat is capable of fallen magic. Is fallen magic like
Would be
Devil's
fiendish.
Touch.
Yeah.
fiendish, like
yeah.
devil fire stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, different from
Here we
the
go.
more illusion-based stuff that...
The sketches weren't coded. A few pages in, there was a portrait of a woman, a tiefling with a pair of horns identical to Enzo's, with deep scarlet skin. She was older and she had black hair.
Oh, that's when we decoded Elusive's journal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why can
So
I remember
many
this shit, but
leads.
not like, basic math?
Different parts of your memory.
Fair.
Elusive... Yeah, I found the note.
Yeah.
Instructions still called the summit outside the cradle. Intelligence suspected Enzo being involved with the summit. Elusive's journal was her investigation of the summit and includes a current picture of Enzo's mother.
And that's from these.
Right. So that is
And she's
better.
potentially the one who got feeble-minded. Was that the same person, Enzo? Owen?
No. No, probably not, because Teresa Juanat is said as having escaped, whereas they have a picture of... It's possible.
I don't know. I'm
Well.
not there. But
Anyway.
it's jogged something in my memory. Anyway, apologies.
That's the short story. I won't tell you... Well, yeah, that's all I got.
Well, Enzo, you should know I'm no friend to the ninth.
Good.
I would gladly see them all dead.
Good. But at the same time, you're still considering bringing the lexicons to Kavol. And Kavol is...
Vigil, his eyes sort of divert when you mention that. They look down. His
We can talk
expression
about
shifts
that
only
later.
slightly. I've been having thoughts on that.
Really?
Hmm.
Is my room next to Soren's?
Sure, why not?
Yes.
I knock on the wall real loud.
What?
Soren, come here, we're talking.
What?
Come here, we're talking about stuff.
Okay, hang on.
Awkwardly timed wave just hits the ship.
Oh! Ow, fuck! The door
And
opens.
then I... No, the door is locked, but meanwhile I
No,
unlock
my
it
door
with-
open. My door opens. You hear footsteps, and then click, click, click.
I mage hand the door open with lockpicks. Just because I can, bitch.
That's so extra.
Why would you not? It's actually quicker to do it with your mage hand than it is normally.
To get up and walk across the room, yeah.
Bonus action to unlock that
Bonus
shit.
action, man.
All right,
Jeez,
I
I rolled
come
a
in.
6
I've got
and got a 21.
Fucking Christ. I walk in with Glimmer on my shoulder.
Why did I give you those gloves?
Oi, what? What's up? I closed the door behind me.
Close the door, and then my mage hand swiftly locks it.
Okay, what?
We're talking about the lexicons and what we're going to do with them. I
Oh.
figured this is a conversation you should be in.
Right, yeah. Okay. So
Vigil, continue.
I'm gonna sit by the window and look slightly green.
Vigil pauses as soon as Soren sort of walks in down, just... Right. I've been thinking on my place
Okay.
and where it lies in regards to the lexicons and Kavol. They can't have them.
Will you make a little easier breathing into it?
Sorry.
Well,
They can't
that's
have
sort of obvious, yeah? Now that we know what happens when we move them and do things
I
to them.
know. Please, just...
Oh, but you're rolling all this, right? Yeah, okay.
Well,
What are
I
your
mean,
thoughts?
the lexicon. Go ahead.
What have you been thinking about, Vigil?
I do not know if what Diligence is planning. Whatever scheme she has concocted to potentially return my people. If it is to involve the lexicons, it is doomed to fail. Because of what it will wreak upon the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it will. So what are you going to do about it?
When we obtain the lexicon, it's not going back to Kavol. That's for sure.
Well, no.
I owed my loyalty to Kavol for a long time. My heart still belongs there. It is still my home. But whatever is there now, it's not my home. When we walk to tear down the walls of it, and whatever pale imitation has risen in its place, I will need a moment, maybe two, just to think. But I am no supporter of the new regime.
Haven't you always told me that hesitation is going to get you killed?
Words I used were regret as a poison.
Among others.
Well, thankfully poison doesn't hit my heart as much as it used to.
What will you do if we need to raise swords against against Diligence? What if we need to put her down? You have it in you to do that?
She was my second in command. I hold no feelings to her now. She seeks to uphold a version that does not adhere to the ways of old. Something that would bring war upon something we did not intend. We are meant to be protectors, not oppressors.
I honor that sentiment, Vigil, but Kavol was really never protectors. Maybe some of you thought that, and rightly so, with the motivations that you were trying to bring order and all of that to the world, but people resent that. They have to make their own decisions, even if they're bad ones. We can't make that for them, and trying is just ends
This
up...
is an argument I would rather avoid, in all honesty, because I disagree to a certain extent. But
We can talk about it later.
Morality aside here.
I feel it's important to note that, should it come to it, I will raise swords against them.
But you still care about her, don't you?
In a manner of speaking.
It's possible she can be talked down.
Maybe.
For example, what if we showed her that her plan won't work? I don't know. I'm not saying it won't. Maybe her plan will work. But let's say we find out her plan doesn't work, and we can show her, no, you'll be betrayed or something. I don't know. No one's without reason.
It is something I've been thinking about now for a long time. Something a bad justification. I figured you should know.
So when we return, I can't think of a reason we will return to Kavol anytime soon, but when we do, you'll help me infiltrate the Ninth Legion and bring that fucking shithouse of an empire down?
I will bring down the remnants of my former home.
And maybe we'll rebuild something better in its place. For all those tieflings like us that remain that don't wish to be assholes to their neighboring countries.
Well, it'd have to have a different name.
What it
Kavol
used
is
to be
obviously
called
stained
before
at this
that.
point. What was the tribe called before this point again?
The rhyme sounds.
Rhyme Sand.
Yeah. Kind of what I'm saying.
Rhymesand Empire could rise again.
Sure. Or maybe just the Heartlands or something. Lower Heartlands Island. Now it's what other
I'm not
Thinking
sticking
too
with
far
lower, no.
lower. South Heartlands.
That's a direction, I can work with that.
Don't know.
Well, if one day the mountain rises, specifically the mountain, not its chosen people. If the mountain comes back, I'd love to show you it one day. It's a wonderful sight.
I learned something.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, Enzo.
No. I'm glad you're on board, Vigil.
Actually, me too.
And Soren, I guess I should ask you as well.
Hmm.
You will same plan for the lexicons and for Kavol?
It's been my plan all along. So,
Make no mistake. If my people can be saved, not murdered, if I will save them.
Visual,
I have no desire to murder people when it's not needed.
I don't know that they can be.
I said if.
I know, I'm just trying to prepare you for the eventuality that...
Soren, I know. I know that there's a slim to none chance. But if. I would be happy knowing that the 3 million trapped put to rest.
Those people didn't deserve that.
No. No, they didn't. Right. I am going to go and prepare for the evening. I do not want to devour any more of what he calls food. And make my own. I still have chilies. You want chilies? I have like...
I like chilies, actually. I just wanted to tell you two, three, something. I learned something about Freyrin. And it's not really super relevant, but, she only knows, I think, what's in the library there. And it's a lot. There are literally millions of books in there, but she can't see into the future.
Sure.
I'm saying, if you ever have any questions, just to keep that in mind. I was going to ask her if she...
Oh, sorry.
You're cutting out a bit.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just move closer. I was going to ask her if, at some point, if the mountain, your mountain Vigil, still lived. But, I don't think she would know because of the limitations of her knowledge. But if you ever do need to know anything book related, I can ask.
Well, one day we'll make a pilgrimage. No, I say we. One day I'll make a pilgrimage. Head home and see what remains. I wonder if my room has been devoured by sand.
Actually, Vigil, if you do go back to Old Cavol, onto the mountain, if I'm strong enough one day, I might be able to look into the past to see what happened.
On that day, I don't know if I'll want to see, but
I don't like the unknown. I don't like not having answers. And I don't
You're a
like
wizard.
mysteries. No, I am a wizard, and you'd think, oh, puzzles, mysteries, that's my thing. No, fucking hate them. I like to know things. And I'd rather have a terrible answer than no answer at all.
So,
And before we end, I reach out for a handshake with Vigil, and then I bring you in for like a bro hug, where
yeah.
handshake and then like slap on the back.
Yep.
I'm like, Vigil, thank you
What?
for coming to our side, for agreeing to my plan, for listening to my story.
Right. Okay.
Jeez, don't make it weird. All right.
No, just,
go get us some food, I guess.
Yeah, I'll
I
do
hug
that.
Vigil.
Uh,
Small
All
wizard.
right, this
Small wizard hug.
just gently push.
So we're all in this together then. Great.
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Last time I got attacked by a leviathan. If we're not in this together now, I think we're all fucked.
Yep.
Well, good talk. I'm gonna go make this weird.
If you die again, Soren, I have more diamonds. So we'll keep that in mind.
I don't intend to do any dying.
Good. You should.
With sleight of hand, I quickly open the door to my room and I just go, both of you should go.
Bye. I just
Yeah, bye.
leave.
Visual
And then
makes his way up.
I mutter to the camera like, "Fucking low charisma people. You hug somebody for 2
I have
seconds and it gets
16.
so awkward."
I have 16 charisma.
That's low to
14.
me.
so as far as ship travel goes
14.
for you and your party, it's relatively uneventful.
Until we sink.
The sharks tail you for a good 6 of the 7 days left.
I feel like we might want to investigate that, but at the start of next session.
They do peel away and disappear. Time. As you approach the Veritanian shore with investigations into the sharks in a weird, nebulous little flashback scene to that. There are dim lights on the horizon, and you can see in what light the moons and stars give you what looks to be a long, tall cliff running straight across the ocean. Against it, in a crevasse like a chasm that eats away into the land, is a port towards which you sail. At first, things seem well, other than the nighttime and the dark and the lack of torchlight. There is light there, but it's strange. First, it's maybe a watchtower. There's a light on top of the cliff, some form of lighthouse, but it's quite an eerie purple glow. And in the town, a solitary building. Similar glow. And it's only until you get closer you begin to see the shapes and forms of other buildings. Up, sort of halfway up this hole into the cliff face, intact. But on the sea's edge is ruin.
Oh, what?
Buildings are heavily damaged, toppled. Those closer to the shore collapsed. And we will pick up
Huh.
next week.
Fucking Tajikar got here too.
Meteor swarms
Meteor
for
swarms.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meteor swarmed Veritania. Alright. Well, that's it.
Nice.
That's it for us, guys. We'll be back next week, same time, 12:30 Central Standard, 1:30 Eastern. Thanks for hanging out with us this evening. That's it. There's nothing else. So take care of each other, be good to each other, and if you can't manage that, fuck off. So we'll see you later.
Yep. And don't don't make deals with spider cats. There we go.
That works.
Turned out okay for me. Anyway, bye guys. Thanks for
Sure.
hanging out with us.
I'm not forever
Fancy next week.
marked.
I'm what?
Don't worry about it.